Chapter 2687 They Are Wrong. Chapter 2687 They Are Wrong. He saw a village. There was no water left around him now. Yang Yi arrived before the village, and an old man in simple clothes appeared before him. There was a young boy around the age of 3 or 4 behind the old man. The young boy scanned Yang Yi curiously while the old man was extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, countless divine senses and auras surged out from the village. All of them didn't attack Yang Yi, but just surrounded him. The old man stared at Yang Yi vigilantly. "Who are you?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man and asked, "What's your name?" The old man replied, "The past life clan's patriarch." Yang Yi spoke softly, "That era or this era?" "You." The old man gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. "You? She sent you here?" Yang Yi nodded. The old man clenched his fists and glared at Yang Yi. "What more do you want? What more does she want from us?" Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, more and more emerged from the village. They were members of the past life clan, and there were around 300 of them. There were even women and children among them. Of course, they weren't weak. Some of the men and elderly members of the past life clan weren't just not weak, they had extremely terrifying auras. Peak Destiny Realm experts. Even though there were only 2 or 3 of them, it was still very surprising. Meanwhile, their patriarch spoke solemnly. "What does she want?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, "I want the past life well." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Looks like she really wants us all dead. Big brother." Meanwhile, the young boy behind the old man spoke timidly. We'll all die without that well." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The young boy hid behind the old man and was still quite timid. Because we need to cultivate, and it's our last cultivation resource. We will all die without it." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and fell silent. Kill them, obtain the well, and he could become a true peak Destiny Realm expert. At that time, with the past life energy and his current cultivation in the Sword Dao, he could fight any expert from the end world. However, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Those who attacked her all those years ago. Step forward." No one stepped forward. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, a woman stepped forward and said, "Young brother, all of them are dead. Some of our ancestors did survive all those years ago, but they can't survive for long without going into the outside world." Yang Yi glanced at them, fell silent for a very long time, and then he said, "The sins of your ancestors shouldn't be shouldered by you. If you want to head outside, you can leave with me." All of them were stunned when they heard this. They thought they heard him wrong. The patriarch of the past life clan still remained quite vigilant. Obviously, he was afraid Yang Yi was playing some kind of trick. Yang Yi shook his head. "Don't you want that?" Meanwhile, the young boy suddenly went over to Yang Yi and looked up at him. But grandfather said that there's a very, very formidable woman who said our ancestors did something wrong. So we can't go outside. It isn't just us, even our descendants cannot go outside. Yang Yi rubbed the young boy's head. "She is wrong." Yang Yi took the young boy's hand and walked off. Many in the village exchanged glances. In the end, they followed Yang Yi under the old man's lead. A short while later, Yang Yi arrived before a mysterious barrier. He hadn't encountered one when entering this place, but he did now. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and swing it. Hiss! The barrier vanished before past life. Just like that, Yang Yi led them out of the river. The woman in white wasn't there by the river anymore. The past life clan's members who had finally returned to the outside world gazed at the surroundings with bewilderment. A short while later, they ran madly toward the ruins. It was the home their ancestors had spoken about. They were finally outside. But the young boy still held tight to Yang Yi. Once most of them had left, the woman in white appeared. She was seated on the rock and looking at the river before her. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi walked over to her with the young boy. The young boy greeted her softly, "Be big sis." The woman in white glanced at him, grinned, and then gazed at Yang Yi. But her expression gradually turned icy cold. Yang Yi had never seen her so icy cold. She walked over to him and grinned. "What? Are you judging me?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I really respect you." She smiled. "Is this how you respect me?" Yang Yi looked up at her. Perhaps the people of the past life clan did deserve death in the past. They wanted to kill you, and so you killed them. I think that's a matter of fact. After all, those who kill must be ready to be killed. However, their descendants did nothing wrong. They didn't betray you. They shouldn't pay for the mistakes of their ancestors. To be honest, if anyone tried to kill me because of something my ancestor did, I would beat that person to a pulp. She laughed coldly. What? You're trying to be righteous now? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not a righteous person. However, I refuse to do anything that goes against my heart. He gazed at her and continued. Allow me to be honest. Killing the experts of the past life clan wasn't wrong. However, endlessly imprisoning their descendants is wrong. Of course, it is your decision, but I don't think I'm wrong to free them. He placed past life before her once he finished speaking. The surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, past life shook and returned to his grasp. She gazed at Yang Yi, and then she suddenly started laughing. Yang Yi was stunned. A short while later, she took his hand and walked off with him. You didn't disappoint me. You didn't go against your own principles in order to curry favor with me, and you dare to tell me that I'm wrong. She looked up at the sky. Our initial intention was to protect this universe, but many of our actions were wrong, absolutely wrong. However, we're very strong. So strong that even wrong can be made right by us. The person I want to choose isn't one who will support us. I want someone with their own thoughts and own principles. She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. If a day comes when you meet the other two stronger forms of mine, I hope you can tell them they are wrong, just as you've told me. She pinched his cheek lightly at this point. I chose you not because I want you to suppress all living beings in this world. I chose you because I hope a day will come when you will step forward and fight back against my other two forms. Because they really are wrong in certain aspects. Chapter 2688. 100 years later. Yang Yi fell silent. He was a little shocked and a little surprised. Because he hadn't expected this, nor had he expected her to have chosen him because she wanted him to go against the other two forms of herself. The woman in white was gone. Only Yang Yi and the young boy remained here. Yang Yi stood there in silence. Wrong. Some of Destiny's actions were wrong. Even the kind woman in white had made some mistakes. She had probably made him go down there to release these people. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. The stronger one was, the less likely one was to feel that any decisions were wrong. The woman in black killed Destiny Realm experts like crazy, and she felt that she was doing it to protect the world. But do all Destiny Realm experts deserve death? Of course not. However, Destiny was really too strong. So strong that no one dared to call them wrong. Even if someone did, they wouldn't care. The stronger a person became, the more a person only cared about themselves. So, there was only one way to make them realize their mistakes and realize that what they've done is wrong. Fight. Defeat them. The strong would only reason with the strong. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he thought up to this point. Fuck. Defeat the other two forms of destiny. What the heck? He wasn't even a match for the woman in black, so how would he defeat the other two? Even though Head never met them, he felt that he had no chance against them. It wasn't a matter of confidence. Yang Yi shook his head and brought the young boy back to the ruins. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the past life clan and the others came to Yang Yi. The patriarch bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. Thank you. Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, she wanted me to release all of you. The patriarch of the past life clan fell silent for a long time and shook his head slightly. No matter what our clan owes you. He withdrew a pure white pearl. This is the past life pearl, one of my clan's precious treasures. If you wear it, you'll possess an endless supply of past life energy, and you'll be able to use past life energy. Suddenly, a white figure appeared. Snowy. The woman in white had unsealed the primordial pagoda, so Snowy could come outside. Snowy grabbed the past life pearl and hugged it in her arms. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the past life clan spoke with astonishment. That's the good sprite. Snowy gazed at the old man and shook her head, and then she pointed at herself. She was saying that her name is Snowy. S-N-O-W-Y. Yang Yi shook his head while feeling absolutely speechless. The past life clan's patriarch gazed at Snowy with extreme fear in his eyes. The historical records of the past life clan state that the good sprite isn't a kind existence. Its goodness and kindness was exclusive to the sprites of the world. It showed none to the other races. It had been the good sprite who'd started that shocking battle that had almost destroyed the world. If it wasn't for destiny, the three-dimensional universe may have no other races left. Snowy glanced at him and was very depressed. She wondered if she was that scary. Snowy ignored the old man and just went into the primordial pagoda with the pearl. Snowy vanished, and the old man recovered from his shock. He glanced at Yang Yi while the curiosity in his eyes had grown. Suddenly, Arya appeared by Yang Yi's side. She glanced at the old man and stretched out her hand. "Do you have another one? Let me play with it." The old man was stunned upon seeing Arya, and then he shuddered and took quite a few steps back. He stared at the horns on her head and said, "Why you? You're the evil beast." "You?" Arya frowned slightly. "What the heck? I asked if you have one of those pearls. Let me play with one." The old man gulped, hesitated for a moment, and then passed one to her. "To this is my clan's last pearl." Yang Yi couldn't bear to see this because Arya was being too shameless. He was about to speak when Arya put the pearl away and said, "Well, I'll return it to you." No. The old man hurriedly shook his head. "You don't have to. Consider it a token of respect." Arya blinked. She was clearly quite surprised. You don't need it?" The old man nodded firmly. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly spoke angrily. "Am I someone unreasonable like that? I said I'd return it, so I will." The old man glanced at her with slight fear. He didn't dare to go against her decision and nodded slightly. "All right, then you can." Arya nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, I'll return it in 100 years." She took the pearl and returned into the primordial pagoda. The old man was stunned speechless. Yang Yi's face darkened too. 100 years? Why don't you just say 1,000? Damn it. I didn't teach her to be so shameless. Who the heck taught her that? Snowy too. She's really shameless now too. The old man glanced at Yang Yi with a weird glow in his eyes. This fellow actually has both the evil beast and good sprite with him. Who the heck is he? Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "Are you going to stay here? Or?" The old man restrained his thoughts and laughed bitterly. "We would like to stay here. While we have the past life well, the spirit energy here is all gone. So it isn't suitable to live in. Without spirit energy, this place is..." Sigh. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and summoned Snowy. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and then waved the past life pearl in front of Yang Yi with a complacent expression on her face. The old man gazed at Snowy and couldn't help but feel quite doubtful. Is this fellow really the good sprite of legend? She doesn't look like it. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. "You took from them, so you have to help them." He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Can you restore the spirit energy in this city?" He didn't ask Snowy to restore the spirit energy throughout the world of past life, because that wasn't very realistic. Moreover, even if Snowy could, it would definitely be taxing to her. Snowy's spirit energy wasn't endless. However, restoring the spirit energy in a city was possible. It wasn't difficult for Snowy at all. Snowy glanced at the ruins in the surroundings, nodded, and then waved her paw. The sprite staff appeared in her grasp. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's head and waved the staff. The space in the surroundings shook, and then spirit energy started to appear in the ruins of the city. Snowy was extremely amazing, especially when it came to restoring things. It only took a while for the city to be filled with spirit energy. The old man was overjoyed by the sight of this, because now they didn't have to leave this place anymore. The patriarch of the past life clan bowed to Yang Yi. "My clan will never forget this kindness." Yang Yi smiled. "Since the spirit energy here has been restored, I should leave." "Wait." The old man spoke abruptly. Yang Yi gazed at him, and the latter passed a pitch-black command token to Yang Yi. "This is the past life token. Throughout the history of my clan, if anyone with this token came to us, we would practically never refuse that person's request. Even though the past life clan isn't what it used to be anymore, if you do need something, We will do our best. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He took it, thanked the old man, and then left. At the city gates, the old man looked in the direction Yang Yi had left toward, and a long time passed before he turned around and left. Yang Yi left the past life clan with Snowy, but as soon as he left the area, he met a familiar figure. The old man with the bamboo chest. He sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Congratulations. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Senior? The old man spoke softly. Are you interested in going to a certain place? Yang Yi asked. Where? The old man chuckled. Martial Sky World. Yang Yi asked. What is that place? The old man replied. The strongest among the 10 clans of the past. This isn't a test. There's just a technique there that's very suitable to you, so you can try your luck there. Yang Yi asked curiously, what technique? The old man smiled. The Martial Sky Invulnerable Body, a supreme body refinement technique of the Martial Sky clan. It can be said that no other body refinement technique in the 3-dimensional universe can surpass it. You're a body cultivator, but your body is clearly unable to keep up with your cultivation and sword Dao. So, if you're interested, you can give it a try. Moreover, you have Snowy with you, so you can try to obtain some other things. Snowy's eyes instantly lit up. She loved searching for treasure. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and nodded. Sounds good. Is it dangerous? The old man grinned. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He knew that if there was something to gain, it definitely meant that there would be danger. The old man spoke softly. Take care. I'm going to a place too. Only fate can tell if we'll ever meet again. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. He was about to speak, but the old man vanished. However, at the same time that he vanished, a teleportation scroll appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he took the scroll and left. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2689 All Gone. Chapter 2689 All Gone. The Martial Sky Invulnerable Body. Yang Yi was very interested, but he had to slow down for now. Yang Yi returned to the primordial pagoda. He had some things to do. At a mountain range in the pagoda, Yang Yi, Arya, and Snowy arrived at an empty area. Arya sat cross-legged, and the inner core fragment was in her grasp. Arya wanted to consume it, because Yang Yi wasn't in danger anymore, and she needed to improve her strength. Arya glanced at Yang Yi and Snowy, and then she smiled. Big brother Yang, Snowy, don't worry. We'll be back playing with both of you really soon. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Arya was still just a child. Snowy nodded from Yang Yi's shoulder, and then she waved her hand. She was telling Arya to be careful. Yang Yi went over to Arya and rubbed her head. Be careful. Immediately notify me if you face any difficulties, all right? She nodded. Just like that, Yang Yi and Snowy watched as she swallowed the fragment. As soon as it entered her, Arya closed her eyes, and then the space around her started trembling. An hour later, Yang Yi left with Snowy. Once he confirmed that everything was going smoothly. Had planned to play with Snowy, but Snowy had ran off to the wooden house where the woman in black had once resided. Cultivating. She wanted to cultivate, even though the woman in black wasn't here to monitor her. But after the string of events from before, she had a stronger feeling that she should become a little stronger. Moreover, the mysterious, profound energy that the woman in white left behind within her, the past life energy, and the eternal energy of the past were all things she had to absorb and use well. Besides that, there was the sprite domain. She wasn't very skilled at its use yet. Yang Yi was naturally quite surprised by Snowy's actions. After all, she was usually so playful, yet now, she was actually taking the initiative to cultivate. While he was surprised, Yang Yi supported her decision. If the little fellow didn't cultivate well, it would truly be a waste of her natural gifts. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and didn't disturb Snowy. He withdrew the past life pearl and swallowed it. As soon as it entered him, he sensed a strand of mysterious energy appear within him. Or to be more precise, it was a strand of mysterious, profound energy. Past life profound energy. Past life profound energy wasn't the same as past life energy. He has to first master past life profound energy, and only then could he master past life energy. The sword, past life, required past life energy to reach its full potential. Even though Yang Yes attainments in the sword Tao couldn't be compared to the past life and past life energy were still extremely useful to him. A new form of energy that could be added to his sword Tao. Yang Yi sensed the energy carefully. Once the energy entered him, it had started to permeate his entire body. Nourishment. He noticed that the past life profound energy was nourishing his entire body. It was a truly nice feeling. Just like that, a long time passed before some energy started to surge around Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Snowy awoke from her cultivation. She glanced at Yang Yi, who was still cultivating, blinked, and then flew over to Yang Yi. She put her paws on Yang Yi's face, and then rubbed her head against his chest. Once she was done, she turned around and left. Cultivation was necessary, but so was playing. A balance was necessary. A few days later, Snowy returned to Yang Yi. She hugged him and rubbed her head against him, and then she returned to the wooden house to cultivate. In the primordial pagoda, Su Qingshi and the others were actually not slacking off. All of them were cultivating. All of them were cultivators. While they were with Yang Yi, it didn't represent that they didn't have to cultivate. Conversely, they worked harder than they ever had. On this day, Su Qingshi suddenly came to the cultivation room. A wisp of gentle emotions flashed through her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi's figure. She walked over to him, stroked his cheek gently, and just gazed at him. The young boy from before was all grown up now. Su Qingshi couldn't help but shake her head when she thought of how rash had been in the past. Actually, it was coincidence that had brought them together. Qingshi. A voice came from behind her. It was Xiao Yushi, and Zhuang Weiran and Bai Jixin were by her side. Su Qingshi nodded slightly and left the cultivation room with them. In a hall within the sword sect, all of Yang Yi's wives were here. Su Qingshi glanced at them and indicated that they should sit, and then she spoke softly, "Do you have any complaints?" They remained silent. Su Qingshi spoke softly, "It's normal to feel unhappy. We've been in this pagoda since we got together with him. Or to put it in an even more blunt manner, we're just beautiful flowers that are only good for decoration." All of them remained silent. Su Qingshi fell silent for a moment and said, "If you're given a chance to not meet him, what would you choose?" They shook their heads. Su Qingshi grinned. "I understand how all of you feel, and I understand your feelings for him. Every one of you have a past with him. While it's in the past, it's something engraved deep into your hearts and bones. Yushi, Weiran, Xie, Bairu, Zir, and Jixin. All of you were experts in the past, and I'm sure you don't want to continue living your lives like this." She stood up and said, "If you want to leave, ill permitted on his behalf." All of them gazed at Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi spoke softly, "Love isn't a shackle. He won't shackle all of you. If you want to go, you can. However, I hope you'll return one day. This is your home." Xiao Yushi spoke softly, "I don't want to cause trouble for him." Su Qingshi smiled, "You won't. We've been with him since a very, very long time ago. So, those people out there don't know about us. Moreover, all of you aren't weak. Even though most of you used resources to push your cultivations up there, it doesn't affect your strength much. So, if you want to head out there and traverse your own path, you can do that." All of them fell silent. They had wanted to go outside as they didn't want to just be pretty faces. However, they willingly stayed in order to avoid causing trouble for him. Yet now, they could go outside. However, they realized that they felt quite reluctant. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi continued, "Love isn't about confinement and possession. He understands me, and he understands all of you." A short while later, Zhuang Weiran suddenly left the hall. She arrived in the cultivation room. She bent down and kissed Yang Yi on the forehead before speaking softly, "I miss the days of beating you up with a single hand. Unfortunately, I'll never be able to do that again. Of course, you will never fight back if I did hit you." She kissed him again. It was on the lips this time. A short while later, she stood up and spoke softly, "I'll be back." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left the primordial pagoda. Not long after she left, Xiao Yushi and Bai Jixin arrived in the cultivation room. Xiao Yushi went over to Yang Yi, touched his face gently and left. She left the primordial pagoda too. Meanwhile, Bai Jixin arrived before Yang Yi. She sat on her knees and smiled. CS said that you're a pervert, and I think she's right. She also said your greatest dream is to sleep together with us all. Once I return, it'll help you persuade the others. She gave him a long kiss and left. The last to come was Zir. She glanced at him and left. She didn't leave the pagoda, and she returned to the hall. As far as she was concerned, the best place in the world was by his side. She'd been the first to stay with Yang Yi, and she would also be the last. Only Zir and Su Qingshi were left in the hall. Zir gazed at Su Qingshi. You're not leaving? Su Qingshi grinned. Someone has to take care of this huge place. We can't just leave it to Snowy, Arya, and Lei Lin, right? They will turn this place upside down. Zir shook her head and smiled. She glanced at the empty hall and spoke softly. All of them are gone. Su Qingshi spoke softly. They know that they can't catch up to him, but they still want to try. Of course, they want some fresh air too. Love isn't to possess or to confine. They are free. They've done too much for him over the years, and he owes all of us too much. Zir spoke softly. No one owes anyone anything in love. I'm just worried about their safety. Su Qingshi grinned. It's all right. I left my divine sense on all of them. So long as they're in danger, they'll notify Senior Tsangmu and Senior Sha Ji to help them. So, they will be fine. Moreover, they've been in here for too long. They'll be back after relaxing out there for some time. Zir gazed at Su Qingshi for a long time. In the end, she looked down. He's lucky to have you. Su Qingshi had been organizing and maintaining everything for Yang Yi throughout the years, and everyone acknowledged her status. Even Arya and Snowy were obedient before her. She was a true leader here. Su Qingshi looked out the hall and seemed to have thought of something, causing a faint grin to appear on her face. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Hiss, hiss. A strand of mysterious energy was wriggling around him. Past life energy. Chapter 2690 What the heck is wrong with you? Chapter 2690 What the heck is wrong with you? In the cultivation room, Yang Yi stood up slowly and clenched his fists. At this moment, he was full of energy. It wasn't physical energy, but past life energy. Yang Yi waved his right hand and past life flew into his grasp. He circulated the energy, and they surged into the sword. Now that past life energy was supplied to it, the sword shook slightly, and then strands of mysterious energy appeared on it. Yang Yi gazed at the sword, and he felt that it really was different. The past life energy seemed to have given it new life. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi walked in. Yang Yi put the sword away. She said softly, "They've gone outside." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I know." She grinned. "You won't object to it, right?" Yang Yi nodded. She walked over to him and hugged him lightly. Yang Yi said, "Ask the Emperor Corpse to watch them and help them if they are in danger." The Emperor Corpse. Head rescued it from the woman in black, and he naturally hadn't forgotten it. She nodded slightly. "I've made the necessary arrangements. You don't have to worry about their safety." Yang Yi wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her head. He spoke softly, "Thank you." She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything. They just hugged each other like that. An hour later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, the transmission rock in his possession shook. He withdrew it, and a voice came from it. "Brother Yang, where are you right now?" Yang Yi glanced at the transmission rock and asked, "Why?" The voice resounded once more. "I received news that the End World may be planning something big, and it's very likely to be aimed at you." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The voice replied, "We don't know for now. However, according to my knowledge, the End World has gathered many experts, and some of them are extraordinary experts from years ago. It's best if you don't go head-on against them." The End World. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before he opened his eyes once more, and then he withdrew the teleportation scroll he received from the old man with the bamboo chest. He couldn't delay the improvement of his strength any longer. Even though his strength couldn't be compared to his previous strength, His personal strength still wasn't enough to fight the End World. Just as the owner of the voice had said, he wasn't able to fight the End World right now. Just going over there to kill a few before running away wouldn't make a huge difference. Suddenly, the voice resounded once more. Brother Yang, someone is looking for you. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Who? Huang Ying. The voice explained. He captured Yi Zhibei and Xing Biqing. Yang Yi's face fell, and then he put the scroll away and vanished on the spot. Eternal Border. It was a battlefield for the desolate race and eternal kingdom now. The eternal river was blood-red now, and countless limbs and corpses were floating throughout it. Yang Yi was quite shocked when he witnessed this scene upon arriving here. Obviously, Huang Ying hadn't lied to him. The desolate race really intended to fight Eternal Kingdom to the death. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and went over to the barrier before the desolate race's camp. As soon as he arrived there, a few divine senses descended upon him. A short while later, Huang Ying appeared before him. Huang Ying smiled. Long time no see, Brother Yang. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Where are they? Huang Ying smiled. How about we speak inside? Yang Yi glanced at him and followed Huang Ying into the barrier. In a hall, Yang Yi saw Yi Zhibei and Xing Biqing. They had quite complicated expressions on their faces when they saw him walk in. Yang Yi seemed slightly relieved because they were fine. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying. I want to take them with me. He was very direct. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, who was standing at the side, laughed coldly. Do you think this is your home? Yang Yi gazed at Huang Xian. You have a problem with that? Huang Xian grinned. I have a huge problem with that. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Huang Ying appeared before Yang Yi. Wait a minute, Brother Yang. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying, and the latter smiled. We didn't harm them. Yang Yi grinned. I understand. You caught them and kept them because you have conditions, right? Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he shook his head. Brother Yang, saying that makes it seem like we're strangers. Yang Yi replied indifferently. Just be frank. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and smiled. I need your help with something. You have the sprite progenitor, and the Eternal Kingdom is shielded by 18 different formations. These formations are a huge problem for us. So, if the sprite progenitor is willing to help, I'm sure those formations would crumble in an instant. I need you to ask the sprite progenitor to help us with that. So long as the formation vanishes, you can take Miss Yi and Miss Xing with you whenever you want. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he asked, What if I refuse? You refuse? Huang Xian laughed coldly. Let me be frank. You can forget about leaving if you don't hand over the sprite progenitor. Huang Ying frowned because this wasn't in his plan. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled, and then he gazed at Yi Zhibei and Xing Biqing. Come with me. They glanced at him and walked over to him. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He ignored the entire desolate race. There had been a relationship between him and the desolate race in the past, and he could be considered to be friends with Huang Ying. However, once Huang Ying became the desolate race's patriarch, some things had actually started to gradually change. They had changed. Suddenly, Huang Xian vanished on the spot. Head attacked. They naturally couldn't allow Yang Yi to take the two of them. Otherwise, the desolate race would be completely humiliated. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and swung his sword. Countless watched with astonishment as an arm flew into the air, and then Huang Xian returned to where had been. His entire right arm was gone. It wasn't just that, there were no less than 10 cuts on his chest. They crisscrossed to the point they had practically sliced his body into numerous pieces. At this moment, everyone here was stunned. An instant defeat. An extraordinary expert of the desolate race, Huang Xian, had been instantly defeated like that. Huang Ying stared at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi suddenly stopped at the exit, and he said, Actually, if you didn't make a request and just release them, I really would have helped you. Because at the very least, that means we're still friends. Unfortunately, you chose to threaten me with them. If I'm not wrong, you captured them on purpose and used them to make me help you, right? Huang Ying fell silent. Yang Yi chuckled. I didn't kill him out of consideration for the desolate emperor, and because we were once friends. Desolate race, don't provoke me again. Allow me to be honest. You can't afford to do that. Yang Yi vanished into the distance with Xing Biqing and Yi Jibei. The hall remained deathly silent. Perhaps Yang Yi wasn't a match for them if they ganged up on him, but if it was a one-on-one battle, then he really wasn't inferior to many people. Even those extraordinary experts from eras ago. Yang Yi brought the two of them to the eternal river. They fell silent as they gazed at the countless corpses before them. Yang Yi gazed at them leave. They gazed at him, and he spoke solemnly. The desolate race wishes to take over the eternal kingdom, and eternal kingdom wants to crush the desolate race. It's not something that you should shoulder. Moreover, you don't have the strength to shoulder such a responsibility. So leave. It's your best choice. They exchanged glances and fell silent. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It's not something both of you can interfere in. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices, all right? As for your clans, just wake up. Your clans don't value you that much, including you, Jibei. Yi Jibei shook her head. Biqing can leave. The Xing clan sent her on purpose so that they could use the desolate race to kill her. But I'm different. I'm part of the Yi clan's core, and my departure will affect them tremendously. Yang Yi glanced at Xing Biqing, and then he gazed at Yi Jibei. Take the Yi clan and leave. She gazed at him, and he spoke solemnly. Jibei, the world is in absolute chaos, and all kinds of existences are showing themselves. Based on the strength your Yi clan possesses, if it remains out in the open, then it will definitely be annihilated one day. Leaving is the best choice for you. She thought for a long time before she said, I'll head back and persuade them. Yang Yi nodded slightly, all right. He knew that it wasn't realistic to make her give up on that. The Yi clan was quite good to her, and she clearly had strong feelings for the Yi clan too. Yi Jibei glanced at Xing Biqing, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Don't let her head back. The Xing clan will get her killed. Yi Jibei turned around and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi gazed at Xing Biqing, and the latter spoke softly, I'll leave. Yang Yi nodded. The world is huge. You can travel it. Xing Biqing glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Thank you. Yang Yi shook his head. That isn't necessary. Suddenly, Xing Biqing looked to the side. A woman in black had suddenly appeared there. The woman in black. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched from the sight of her, and he wondered what she was doing here. She glanced at him and said, Come with me. Yang Yi asked, Why? She replied angrily, Why ask so many questions? Are you coming or not? Yang Yi's face darkened. Damn it. What the heck is wrong with you? Chapter 2691 Bring It. Chapter 2691 Bring It. Yang Yi left with the woman in black. She brought him to a point in outer space, and then she stopped and gazed at him. She just gazed at him in silence. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine from this. She spoke indifferently. Do you know that you've gotten yourself in trouble? I have. Yang Yi was stunned and shook his head. What did I do? She replied indifferently. Think about it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't remember. She spoke indifferently. Where's Heaven Executor? Yang Yi replied. I threw it away. That thing will turn on me, so I don't like it. Pity appeared in her eyes, and Yang Yi really didn't like that gaze of hers. She spoke coldly. Do you think that you can just toss it away? Yang Yi replied. I can't even refuse to keep it. She shook her head. Heaven Executor's master. My other form. She isn't so easy to get along with like I am. So, just wait for death to take you. Yang Yi glanced at her with a weird expression in his eyes. What the heck? You're easy to get along with? Really? Yang Yi almost thought his ears were deceiving him. Meanwhile, she frowned slightly. What is it? Do you have a problem? Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. Not at all. But you're saying that the Master of Heaven's Executor will come for me? She laughed coldly. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She scanned Yang Yi and said, Not bad. You're much stronger than before. Are you interested in a one-on-one battle? Single combat? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, All right. After he left the world of past life, Yang Yi hadn't fought any real experts. So, he didn't have a good idea of his current strength. Obviously, the woman who stood before him was an extraordinary expert, and he would definitely learn a lot from fighting her. However, had made a mistake. A terrible mistake. It wouldn't be long before he regretted this decision. The woman immediately attacked and appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi reacted very quickly and had instantly discerned countless flaws of hers. He swung his sword. He was very confident that this attack would be able to push her back. Bam! However, Yang Yi felt sharp pain coming from his stomach, and then he was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, she was there before him, and then another punch descended. It went straight for his stomach. It wasn't fast. Similarly, it had flaws too, and Yang Yi located them and attacked. His sword shot toward her right underarm. If she didn't stop the attack, it would take her entire arm, and if she did stop it, he would be able to immediately launch a counterattack. However, she suddenly relaxed her fist and clamped down on his sword with 2 fingers. A moment later, she moved her head to the side and pressed forward toward Yang Yi at an angle. At the same time, her fingers moved along the sword in Yang Yi's direction. In an instant, she was in front of him, and then she released her hand and slammed her elbow against Yang Yi's stomach. Bang! Yang Yi's figure curled forward. Meanwhile, she allowed her arm to continue the movement and slammed a punch against Yang Yi's chin. Yang Yi was punched into the air. However, that wasn't the end of it. A kick swept toward Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly kicked over 1 kilometer away. This string of attacks had been completed in an instant, and they were completed so smoothly. She patted her palms together, gazed at Yang Yi, and spoke indifferently. What do you think? Yang Yi stood up and gazed at her. Bring it, bring it. A wisp of admiration flashed through her eyes, and then she tapped her right foot down lightly. A black ray flashed by. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. An instant later, he swung his sword. Meanwhile, her fist shot forward. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled explosions resounded incessantly. Yang Yi didn't even take a single step back throughout this time. It was like Head returned to the time he fought the 3 wooden figures. The reason Head had been utterly crushed earlier was that the woman in black had guessed his intentions. Now, he wasn't intentionally searching for her flaws and was just swinging as his heart willed it. He was attacking instinctively, one with the heart. The woman in black didn't use any special forms of energy or her sword, and it seemed like she was training him instead. Around 15 minutes later, she stopped, and Yang Yi stopped too. She glanced at Yang Yi. Not bad. Your ability to adapt is very good. Looks like your trip there wasn't in vain. Yang Yi shook his head. I still have many shortcomings. Of course you do. She continued. At this point in time, the sword Tao has developed to a broad and profound level. So, would anyone in the world even dare to say that their sword Tao is without flaws? It doesn't matter whether it's the sword Tao or the martial Tao. All of them have no end. No one is the strongest as there's always someone stronger. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, they chose 2 people in the past. One of them was Mou. I'm sure you've seen that trash. I really want to kill him. As for the other, all that fellow cares about is benevolence and morality. That fellow is even more benevolent than the one who gave you past life. That fellow is an absolute weakling who cannot kill decisively at all. She paused for a moment and continued, even though I still don't really like you, at the very least, you're one who dares to love and kill. Moreover, you have a temper of your own. Besides that, you succeeded at making me have a tiny bit of a good impression of you when you tossed Heaven Executor away. Yes, it's just a lousy sword. It should be tossed away if it attacks its master. Yang Yi was quite surprised. You agree too? She said. Of course. It's just a sword. If you kept it just because it's a super divine treasure, then I would really look down on you. Yang Yi was stunned. She walked over to him and said, I shouldn't have come to see you, but someone slacked off and came over here, causing the seal there to have some issues. I must go take her place. But when I thought of some things, I felt that you may be in trouble, so I came here to warn you. As she spoke, she flicked a black sword over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned. She spoke with indifference on her face. This sword is called Great Unknown. It's a sword linked to space, and it has the ability to access all worlds and teleport there. Of course, the precondition is that you have the place's coordinates. Yang Yi asked curiously, "Can it teleport me to the four-dimensional universe?" She glanced coldly at him. "You can if you want to die." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued, "There are places you can go to, and places you should stay away from. Besides that, the myriad world diagram was made with this sword of mine, so its abilities are naturally inferior to this sword. This sword can travel through the entire three-dimensional universe, even out of it. Moreover, if you can fully comprehend this sword, you can even send your enemies to wherever you want." It was an amazing sword. Yang Yi grinned as he took it. It was an absolute treasure. Now that he had this sword, he could go anywhere he wanted. Most importantly, this sword was sharp too. The woman in black glanced at Yang Yi and walked away. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "You're leaving just like that?" She replied coldly, "Do you want to continue our spar instead?" Yang Yi quickly shook his head. "See you next time." Yang Yi turned around and ran away. She watched him dash off and shook her head slightly. What a sly fellow. She vanished on the spot as well. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the swords before him, past life and great unknown. Now that head accepted the sword. It represented that head accepted some responsibilities. He naturally understood that. A long time later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He withdrew the teleportation scroll that led to the martial sky world. Even though he had great unknown, he didn't know the coordinates of the martial sky world. So, he had to use the scroll. Yang Yi crushed the scroll, and a moment later, he vanished on the spot, at an unknown part of the starry sky. It was the border of a world. A sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe appeared here, and he just walked forward into the distance. The sword cultivator glanced at the boundless reaches of outer space in the distance, and there was a trace of bewilderment and curiosity in his eyes. It felt like something was looking at him. It was from very, very far away, and he could sense it. So, he was following his senses and going in search of the person. Suddenly, he stopped and looked to the side. There was a woman walking over from there. A short-haired woman. She wore a grayish-white robe with a wine gourd hanging by her waist, and there was a pair of hemp sandals on her feet. The sword cultivator gazed at her. Meanwhile, she stopped, glanced at him, and then took a gulp from her wine gourd. An instant later, she tapped her right foot down and appeared before the sword cultivator. A punch. A seemingly weightless punch. The sword cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used his fingers as a sword. The woman returned to where she'd been a moment ago, and the sword cultivator remained where he stood. The sword cultivator gazed at her. "That's the strongest punch I've ever seen." She cracked a smile. "Is that so?" The sword cultivator nodded. "But it isn't enough." Her smile widened. "Actually, I'm a sword cultivator. I got bored of cultivating the sword, so I trained in the fist." The sword cultivator was quite surprised, but he nodded a moment later. "That's great." She took another huge gulp of wine from her wine gourd, and it seeped out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. A breath of time later, she hung the wine gourd back by her waist and roared with laughter. "Bring it!" Hiss. A brilliant ray of sword energy shot down from the sky. Heaven Executor. The sword was Heaven Executor. At this moment, Heaven Executor seemed like it could destroy the three-dimensional universe, and the aura it emanated was simply indescribable with words. Even the world couldn't withstand this attack. The sword cultivator looked down slightly, and then he drew his sword. At the same time, he said, "Stop." At practically the exact same moment, the woman spoke as well. "Stop." Heaven Executor stopped around 1 m away from the sword cultivator's head, and it couldn't move another inch forward. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy had stopped before the woman as well. Sword Dao True Mantra. 2 types of Sword Dao True Mantra. Chapter 2692, 5-Element Sword. A long time later, the area returned to calm. Only one person remained here. It was Tuesday. She laid there on Heaven Executor with one leg crossed over the other and her hands behind her head while holding the wine gourd in her mouth. She'd fallen asleep, but she was muttering incessantly. If one listened carefully, it was the emotionless Sword Dao, an unfettered heart without any other desires. and so the sword is completely devoid of other desires. The body is a sword, the mind is the mind of the sword. You have no emotions, and so does your sword. You have no desires, and so does your sword. She suddenly sat up at this point and patted her own face. I just lost by a single move. It's not a big deal. I lost to our strongest form too. Sigh. She said my sword Tao has flaws. Ugh, I need to beat someone up. She vanished on the spot on her sword. Meanwhile, a sword cultivator walked slowly toward the distance. Some time later, the sword cultivator suddenly stopped and looked toward a distant place, and he grinned, little fellow. There isn't much time left until the deadline. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stopped as he flew on his sword, and then he glanced to the side. A long time later, he nodded and vanished into the distance. Martial Sky World. Yang Yi finally arrived here. Just like the past life world, the Martial Sky World was actually a world that had fallen into decline. The Martial Sky Clan. Yang Yi didn't know much about the clan. No, he didn't know anything about them. So, he was absolutely vigilant upon arriving here. This time, his cultivation wasn't sealed. On a boundless ocean, Yang Yi shot forward on his sword, and the ocean water beneath him was faint yellow. The entire Martial Sky World's spirit energy was practically non-existent. It was worse than the world of past life. Yang Yi summoned Snowy. This place wasn't small, so he wouldn't even find anything if he searched this place. He had to get Snowy's help when it came to searching for treasures. Once she appeared before him, Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then she blinked and pointed toward the right. Yang Yi was quite curious, little fellow. You don't even have to sniff anymore? She cracked a smile, grabbed Yang Yi's neck, and rubbed her head against him. Yang Yi chuckled and vanished with Snowy. Yang Yi proceeded forward under Snowy's guidance. He saw many ruins of cities all along the way, and it was obvious that these ruins had been created by the sword. Obviously, it was the woman in black's doing. Yang Yi sped up without thinking too much about it. A short while later, Snowy asked Yang Yi to stop. Yang Yi descended to a huge tower. It was like a huge city. Even if a portion of its top had been sliced off, it was still extremely grand and magnificent, and quite imposing too. There were countless pitch-black pythons that were thick like pillars coiled around it. Moreover, they were actually still alive. While Yang Yi didn't fear them, they did seem quite terrifying. Snowy gazed at the wriggling pythons, and then she covered her eyes. She was quite afraid of them. Actually, it was the pythons that should fear her. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and walked into the tower with her in his arms. Huge. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a tower but a city, because there were many buildings within it, and they seemed like residential buildings. Yang Yi looked down at Snowy, and she glanced at the surroundings before pointing in the direction that Yang Yi should go toward. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Actually, Snowy could sense danger, and her senses were even better than Yang Yi and Arya. Of course, she was quite oblivious in the sense that she would always overestimate Yang Yi and underestimate the danger. Snowy blinked and shook her head. Yang Yi pinched her cheek and spoke seriously. "Is it not dangerous at all?" She shook her head. Yang Yi asked, "You think I can deal with the danger?" She nodded. Yang Yi asked, "Do you know how strong I am?" Snowy blinked and quickly nodded while waving her paws swiftly. She was saying that Yang Yi was very, very, very formidable. Yang Yi felt absolutely speechless. Obviously, the little fellow had absolutely overestimated his strength. Yang Yi felt quite helpless toward this. He didn't say anything and just continued forward with her. He was the strongest in Snowy's world. He could resolve anything, even though she usually led him into a trap, but he actually really enjoyed this feeling. Snowy sat on his shoulder, and she was practically fearless while she was with him. Yang Yi arrived before a huge clay statue. The clay statue was over 10 m tall, and it was in the image of a middle-aged man. His fists were clenched, and he was looking forward while giving off an imposing aura. Snowy pointed at it. Yang Yi asked, "Inside it?" She nodded. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you make it show itself?" Snowy blinked and gazed at the statue, and then she waved her paw lightly. A breath of time passed. No response. 2 breaths passed. Still no response. 10 breaths passed, but there was no response. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and he shot her a helpless expression. Snowy flew over to the statue and knocked it lightly. She was telling it to get out here. However, the treasure within it didn't give her any face and refused to show itself. Snowy frowned, and then she opened her mouth and inhaled. The clay statue suddenly trembled. Yang Yi had a vigilant expression on his face. There really was treasure in there. Meanwhile, Snowy patted the clay statue. Crack! It suddenly cracked open, and Snowy hurriedly returned to Yang Yi's side. They watched as the clay statue cracked open completely, and then an ethereal man appeared before them. While his figure was ethereal, he was holding a crimson gold sword. It was a real sword. The man didn't look at Yang Yi. He looked at Snowy instead. His eyes narrowed slightly while coldness appeared within them. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head while killing intent appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the man gazed at Yang Yi. "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied frankly, "I'm here to search for treasures." "Treasures?" The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. A moment later, the crimson gold sword shot forward. A sharp tearing sound resounded. Yang Yi remained indifferent. Once the sword arrived around 1 m away from him, past life left the sheath by his waist. Bam! The crimson gold sword was instantly blasted away. As soon as it returned to the man's grasp, a sword had arrived before the man, and it was just half an inch away from his forehead. But Yang Yi frowned because the man had suddenly appeared around 30 m away from him. Past life returned to its sheath and Yang Yi didn't attack again. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Shall we make a deal?" Yang Yi nodded. "Go ahead." The man glanced at his sword. "It's the sword of metal in the 5 elements, and my martial Sky Clan gathered the purest energy of metal and countless of the best materials in the world to forge it." He gazed at Yang Yi. "I'll give it to you if you do something for me." Yang Yi grinned and waved his right hand. Past life left its sheath and appeared before the man. Yang Yi smiled. "What do you think of this sword?" The man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "It's better than mine." He glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "I didn't expect to see Destiny's past life." Yang Yi nodded. "It is." The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "In the end," he said, "my martial Sky Clan has a total of 5 peerless swords, and they represent all the 5 elements. If they are merged together, they won't be any inferior to the sword you hold. Moreover, they come with a formation. My ancestor used that formation to fight against the Heaven Tao and Destiny." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and asked, "What do you need from me?" The man fell silent. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The man glanced at the surroundings and asked, "Can you sense the energy here?" "The energy of Destiny. The energy of Heaven Executor." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and closed his eyes slowly. Sure enough, he sensed it. However, it wasn't exactly similar to the Heaven Executor he once had. It was very overbearing and full of the desire to kill. Moreover, it was ceaselessly corroding the spirit energy and quintessence of the martial sky world. The man gazed at Yang Yi. "Help me expel its remaining energy in this world, and the swords are yours." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, "I will help you expel the sword energy and restore the spirit energy here, but in return, I don't just want the 5 swords, I want the martial sky invulnerable body technique." "All right. Restore the spirit energy here." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he gazed at Snowy who was there on Yang Yi's shoulder. He fell silent for a short while and nodded, "All right." Yang Yi nodded slightly, glanced at the surroundings, and then gradually soared up into the air. After that, he closed his eyes slowly. A short moment later, Yang Yi unleashed the sword domain. It was quite strenuous for him to envelop the entire tower with his sword domain, but he could still accomplish it. Yang Yi captured the sword energy of Heaven Executor, and a moment later, he started using his own sword energy and sword intent to destroy them. However, something unexpected happened. Countless sword howls resounded throughout the tower, and then countless rays of sword energy rained down upon Yang Yi like a storm. Heaven Executor's sword energy was counterattacking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2693. I'm here to beat you up. Countless strands of Heaven Executor's sword energy converged within the tower. They hadn't dispersed along with the departure of their master, and they'd remained here in martial sky world. They were ceaselessly devouring the spirit energy and quintessence of martial sky world instead. It could be said that perhaps Destiny had no intention to destroy martial sky world, but perhaps even she didn't know that her own sword energy was causing such damage to this world. Of course, she may not care even if she did realize. How could someone who'd killed her way through that bloody era be someone benevolent? The woman in white could be described as a very, very unusual existence. Yang Yi frowned when he sensed Heaven Executor's sword energy fighting back. They weren't weak at all. They remained in this world and were ceaselessly absorbing the spirit energy and quintessence of this world. It could be said that they weren't just sword energy anymore. They were sword energy that had their own consciousness. If they wanted, they could condense into a sword at any time and even form a real sword sprite. However, they didn't do that. Obviously, they were waiting for something. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when he noticed their counterattack. Past life shot forward from his waist, and then he activated his past life energy. A short while later, countless strands of past life sword energy that carried past life energy appeared here. They were in confrontation. Stop. The ethereal man spoke abruptly. Please stop. Yang Yi frowned slightly, but he did stop. However, once he stopped, the sword energy didn't stop and were still attacking him. Yang Yi was about to attack when Snowy withdrew her sprite staff, and then a strand of mysterious energy appeared here. The sprite domain. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as Snowy waved her sprite staff, and then Heaven Executor's sword energy was enveloped by countless strands of spirit energy. A moment later, the spirit energy started to devour them. What did sword energy rely on to exist? It was spirit energy, of course. Once sword energy left the sword and lost the support of their master's profound energy, they could only rely on absorbing the spirit energy of the world to survive. Yet now, Snowy was the master of spirit energy. It didn't take long for the sword energy to retreat like a receding tide and didn't dare to get close to Snowy at all. Snowy was stunned when she saw them retreat. She hadn't had enough fun. After all, Shed finally had a chance to show off, but they'd actually ran away? She was very angry. Snowy waved the sprite staff, and then countless strands of spirit energy converged into the primal true dragon's form before chasing after the sword energy. Suddenly, the ethereal man's voice resounded. Please stop. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi. The latter hesitated for a moment and nodded for Snowy to stop. Snowy unwillingly deactivated the sprite domain, and then she glanced at the middle-aged man with slight displeasure in her eyes. After that, she waved her paw, and the sword in the man's grasp flew over to her. The middle-aged man was stunned speechless. Snowy glanced at the sword, and then she took it into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at the man, and the latter spoke solemnly, "We can't be rash." The energy of Heaven Executor contained within those strands of sword energy is very powerful. Moreover, their energy is very special. If they risk it all and go all out, this tower will be obliterated, and the remnants of my people will be affected by that. The remnants of his people. Yang Yi glanced at the ethereal man. Sure enough, the martial Sky Clan wasn't completely annihilated. But it did make sense because unless someone intentionally tried to annihilate them, it was very difficult to truly annihilate a clan. There would at least be a few that survived. It was like that for the Past Life Clan, and it was the same for the Martial Sky Clan. Yang Yi presumed that it would be the same for the other clans too. However, they would have concealed their identities and remained hidden. After all, their enemy was Destiny. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then what do you think should be done?" The man fell silent for a short while and said, "Seal them. Ask the good sprite to seal the sword energy, so that they can't continue destroying this world." Yang Yi asked, "What if they decide to resist until the end?" The man fell silent. If they were driven into a corner, the sword energy would definitely resist until the end. Based on the situation from just now, Their desire to live was very strong. Meanwhile, the man gazed at Yang Yi. Can you use past life to absorb them? Yang Yi shook his head. They aren't the same. Yang Yi had tried earlier, but the sword energy completely ignored past life, and they even tried to assault past life instead. They were completely different swords. If Heaven Executor was still in his possession, then perhaps he could try. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, how about I ask Snowy to isolate them, and then restore the spirit energy here? The man spoke solemnly, but once the spirit energy here is restored, they will come here to absorb it. Yang Yi felt quite speechless. It's the best I can do. Otherwise, leave this place and allow me to obliterate the sword energy in this world. The man shook his head. Yang Yi shrugged to display that he couldn't do anything. Even though the sword energy was formidable, he could destroy them. However, it wasn't that easy to accomplish. After all, they practically mutated now. Coupled with the fact that their original master is absolutely formidable, and that they'd ceaselessly absorbed the spirit energy and quintessence of this world, they were actually not just sword energy anymore. They could be considered as a type of living being. Actually, Yang Yi felt that they were able to survive because the experts of the Martial Sky Clan had been slaughtered. Otherwise, based on their past strength, while dealing with destiny may be impossible, but dealing with the sword energy here would have been absolutely easy. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, come with me. Yang Yi followed the man inside, and a short while later, he suddenly waved his finger toward the empty ground before him. The ground split apart toward the sides, and then a stone stairway that led underground appeared before them. The man led Yang Yi to an underground city, and Yang Yi sensed spirit energy here. It wasn't very dense, but it was countless times better than it was up above. During this time, Yang Yi saw some people. They were almost the same as humans, and they were looking at him with curiosity in their eyes. The man led Yang Yi to a huge black cauldron, and within it were 4 swords: ocean blue, earthen yellow, blood red, and pure green. The man gazed at the swords for a long time, and then he waved his right hand. The swords flew out of the black cauldron and went over to Yang Yi. The man turned to face Yang Yi and said, while the sword energy hasn't been dealt with, you can still have these swords. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Why? The man replied, consider it as goodwill. Goodwill? Yang Yi glanced at the man and accepted the swords. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared. She gazed at the 4 swords and seemed very curious. She started looking at and touching them, and then she merged the 5 swords into one. Hiss! In an instant, the space throughout the underground world cracked open. At the same time, Yang Yi sensed an invisible force obliterating everything here. The man's expression changed drastically. Stop! Snowy had clearly noticed that something was off, so she hurriedly split them again. Once they were split, the surroundings returned to normal. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Snowy blinked, and then she sneaked off behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi glared at her, and then he gazed at the man. What was that? The man took a deep breath and explained, it is no ordinary sword. The 5-element sword contains the purest energy of the 5 elements. If they are converged into one, they will draw upon the energy of the 5 elements in the world. This energy of the 5 elements is no different than the quintessence energy of the 3-dimensional universe. Our ancestors had planned to use the quintessence energy of the 3-dimensional universe to fight against the Heaven Tao and Destiny all those years ago. Unfortunately, they failed. At this point, the man seemed to have thought of something, and he shook his head and sighed. If that second ancestor of mine hadn't been conceited to the point of challenging destiny and trying to destroy her with these 5 swords, my Martial Sky Clan wouldn't have fallen into this state. Yang Yi fell silent. Obviously, their previous patriarch had wanted to enter the 4-dimensional space, but the outcome was tragic. Meanwhile, the man glanced at Snowy and spoke softly. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to merge those swords. But she... Yang Yi smiled wryly. She's an exception. Snowy. Not to mention the 5-element sword. She could even merge Destiny's swords. The man smiled wryly as well. She is? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, about the Martial Sky invulnerable body. His expression suddenly changed at this point. The ethereal man frowned as well. Is it a friend of yours? Yang Yi shook his head, and the man's face became vigilant. Yang Yi said, he should be here for me. I'll go deal with it. Yang Yi left the underground city and returned to the surface. He saw a long-haired, middle-aged man far away in space. The man seemed quite familiar. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to recall who it was. First God. The man had been nailed to a cliff by the Master of Heaven Executor. How did he get down from there? Yang Yi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, First God appeared before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, 3 things. Firstly, they want me to kill you and take your sprite progenitor. Will you take your own life, or should I do it for you? If you do, you should be able to die an easier death. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak when something unexpected happened here. The sword energy of Heaven Executor surged over from all directions. They seemed to have gone insane. Yang Yi looked up, and a woman in a gray robe was arriving on a sword. It was Heaven Executor beneath her feet. There was a wine gourd by her waist and short hair on her head. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw her. Damn it, it's her again. It was the woman who'd bashed him up without even giving him a reason. Tu gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'm here to beat you up. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Tu looked at First God and frowned slightly. Why do you look so familiar? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2694 Drunk. Chapter 2694 Drunk. First God gazed at Tu for a long, long time. In the end, he shook his head slightly. I don't know you. Since you're here for him, he'll be leaving. He turned around and left. He left swiftly. Meanwhile, Tu frowned. Didn't I nail you on that cliff? At this moment, First God had left the martial sky world, but he still heard her. Had been recognized. At this moment, his heart trembled. Had naturally recognized too. It was the destiny that had almost beaten him to death. The destiny who wielded Heaven Executor. First God didn't hesitate to tear space open and enter it. However, as soon as he did, one of his arms was left behind, and a ray of sword energy pierced his chest. But Head still managed to flee. Of course, he wasn't in very great condition right now. That attack may not have taken his life, but it had heavily injured him. Martial Sky World. Tu frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Aren't you going to chase after him? She gazed at Yang Yi. Why should I? I'm here to beat you up. Yang Yi felt quite speechless. I'd like to know why. Why? She walked over to him. What do you think? As she spoke, she suddenly punched him. At the moment Tu swung a punch at him, Yang Yi waved his sword. The sword was longer than the hand, and Yang Yi's sword was aimed at her chest. Yang Yi's sword stabbed her chest, but it couldn't stab into her chest. Meanwhile, her punch slammed against his stomach. Bam! Yang Yi was blasted all the way out of the tower. But before he could even stop himself, Tu appeared in front of him again. This time, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp. Past life and great unknown. Tu frowned slightly upon seeing great unknown. Fourth gave you her sword too. They're really blind. She slammed her fist at his stomach. This time, Yang Yi still didn't choose to dodge it. He swung both his swords like a pair of scissors at her throat. Meanwhile, Tu suddenly stopped her punch. She unfurled her fist and slapped them in both directions. Bam! Bam! Yang Yi's swords were slapped off course, leaving him completely open, and so Tu used this to slam another punch at him. This punch was impossible to dodge for Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi released his swords and grabbed Tu's shoulder. She frowned upon feeling him grab her, and then she shook her shoulders, shaking off his hands as well. After that, she unfurled her fist and clawed at Yang Yi. She clawed his stomach, and then she swung her hand upward as if she was lifting something up, causing Yang Yi's entire figure to be launched upward. A moment later, Tu stomped her right foot down and soared up into the air. At the same time, She kicked at Yang Ye's stomach. At this critical moment, two swords suddenly slashed down at her from both sides. However, they were instantly blasted away by Heaven Executor. A moment later, her foot struck Yang Ye's stomach. At the same time, Yang Yi grabbed her leg with both hands. He endured the pain in his stomach as he howled with fury and spun himself to launch a kick at her head. He had to fight even if he was no match for her. That was what he was thinking. He couldn't just allow himself to get beaten up. However, a hand grabbed his leg. Tu's hand. She grabbed his leg and swung him away. Yang Yi was swung far away into outer space. A moment later, Tu vanished, and then a fist slammed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. This punch felt as if it was full of flaws, yet they weren't flaws. Or it should be said that Shed intentionally revealed them to him. Yang Yi recalled his spar with the woman in black. It was how Shed fought him that day too. Now that he recalled it, he knew that Shed been reminding him about it on purpose. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and it slammed against his face. Yang Yi knew his face had warped, but he grabbed her hand with both hands. Hiss! In an instant, countless strands of sword energy and sword intent swept out from him. The sword domain sphere. At this moment, the sword domain sphere wasn't comparable to the past. It was much stronger because Yang Ye's sword Dao was much greater. Yang Yi was trying to take her down with him. It was the only thing he could do, because he was no match for her in both combat instinct and technique. Bam! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away again. Tu glanced at herself, and there was a lot of sharp sword energy around her. However, the sword energy wasn't able to harm her at all. She looked up at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had charged at her. Tu was visibly surprised by this, and then she leaped up like a pouncing tiger and slapped her palm against his stomach. Yang Ye's figure curled forward as it shot backward, but she suddenly grabbed his hand and threw him over her shoulder. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. That wasn't the end of it. After that, Tu kicked Yang Yi on the butt, causing him to fly off into the distance in a very embarrassing posture. But it didn't take long for him to charge at her again. However, he was always blasted away. Tu's skill with her fists and legs was absolutely terrifying, but she didn't try to kill him. A short while later, Yang Yi appeared before Tu again, and he had a sword in each hand. Madness sword technique. However, his madness sword technique didn't work on her. She just stood there without taking a single step back, and Yang Yi couldn't even hit her once. Meanwhile, she suddenly grabbed Past Life with a single hand, and then moved it to the left and used it to block Great Unknown. Just like that, Tu started to use Past Life to fight Yang Yi. A long time passed before Yang Yi stopped. At this moment, both his swords were in her grasp. Had been completely crushed. Tu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You're still lacking something. Your sword Dao of emotion is lacking something. So, your sword Dao isn't strong enough. Of course, it's quite strong for your age. At the very least, you've done quite well in terms of sword technique and everything else. Unfortunately, you must realize that your core is emotions. Strong emotions. Unfortunately, you don't really understand what it means yet. Or perhaps, I should say that your emotions are only minor emotions, and so it is a minor Dao." As she spoke, she tossed both the swords and took a gulp out of the gourd by her waist. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi. "That sword cultivator said you have great potential, and he thinks you'll be his greatest opponent in the future. Do you know what I think?" Yang Yi ignored her. His consciousness was slightly blurry from all the hits Head sustained. Tu continued, "Your sword is a sword of emotion. So if you want it to be stronger and reach the same level which that sword cultivator and I are at, then you must understand what true emotion is. Otherwise, you'll always be nothing." She walked toward him as she spoke. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before Yang Yi. She held the sprite staff in her left grasp, while the 5 swords of the 5 elements were on her right. Besides them, there was Past Life and Great Unknown too. Shed brought all of them out here to help her in battle. Snowy watched Tu with vigilance and refused to let her get closer. Tu glanced at Snowy. "When did you become like a cute pet?" Snowy blinked. She was saying that she didn't know what Tu was saying. Tu sized up Snowy. "TSK, TSK. You were a ruthless figure once, yet you're like this now. Interesting, truly interesting. And you're actually with that horned fellow. Don't you two fight? Snowy stretched out two of her claws. Snowy was asking if she was speaking about Arya. Two glanced at Yang Ye's stomach. Isn't she right there? Anyway, even she has become like that. Both of you are the most good and evil existences in the world, yet you're actually together. Both of you. Ugh. Snowy glared at her with displeasure, and then she pointed at Yang Ye's stomach and started waving her paws swiftly. Two frowned slightly. What the heck are you saying? Meanwhile, Snowy pointed the sprite's staff at her to tell her not to come any closer. Two gazed at Snowy for a long time. In the end, she shook her head and sighed. To be honest, while your actions were a little extreme, the humans and the other races did go too far as well. Don't blame the strongest among us. If she didn't deal with you, you would have annihilated countless living beings in the three-dimensional universe. She raised the gourd at Snowy. This is in honor of your past. The past you who dared to howl at our strongest and ask who the heck she thinks she is. She took a large gulp of the wine. Snowy blinked. She pointed at the gourd and pointed at herself. She was asking if she could drink some. Two roared with laughter, and then she tossed the gourd at Snowy. Snowy took the gourd, but the swords around her started trembling madly. Two suddenly said, "Put the swords away. That gourd will harm them." Snowy nodded while seeming to understand, and then she put the swords away before taking a huge gulp, just like Two had done. After she finished drinking, Snowy blinked, and then her head tilted to the side before she fell directly on Yang Ye's shoulder. Her entire face was red like a peach. She was drunk. Chapter 2695 A Trap. Chapter 2695 A Trap. Yang Yi laid there on the ground while Snowy was on his stomach, and she was snoring while lying there. Not too far from them was Tuesday. Two rested herself against the corner of a wall and was silently drinking her wine. An ethereal sword floated to her right. Heaven Executor. It wasn't the real Heaven Executor, but an ethereal sword condensed from the sword energy in this world. The true Heaven Executor was in the ground to her left. After the sword energy here took the form of Heaven Executor, it just floated before Tuesday. Obviously, it was waiting for something. A long, long time passed before Two glanced at the ethereal sword, and she said, "You have your own consciousness, so you can leave at any time." The sword energy trembled and moved closer to Tuesday. Two shook her head. "I don't need a sword anymore." She glanced at the sword to her left and said, "I left this sword behind because I hoped it would choose someone." She didn't continue at this point. The sword had chosen some people, but they weren't really satisfactory to her. However, she hadn't interfered. Now, the sword had chosen Yang Yi. Two glanced at Yang Ye's figure on the ground and laughed coldly. He has quite a temper. He even said he's vengeful. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slowly got up to his feet. He didn't feel exhausted. Conversely, he felt quite good. It was like head had a massage. That was how Yang Yi felt right now. It was quite the strange feeling. Yang Yi didn't think too much about it for now and took Snowy's drunk figure in his arms before looking at Two. "You're the owner of Heaven Progenitor." She replied indifferently, "You're not that stupid." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Why don't you look the same as them?" She replied with a question. "Why should I?" Yang Yi glanced at her and fell silent. Meanwhile, she gazed at the sword energy, and then she stretched out her hand. The sword condensed from sword energy instantly appeared in her grasp. She scanned it and said, "If you cultivate on your own, it's impossible for you to attain the Tao and gain true intelligence in a few hundred years. Heaven Progenitor's own sword sprite isn't whole, so are you willing to merge with it and become Heaven Progenitor's true sword sprite? If you're unwilling, you can leave whenever you want." The sword energy fell silent. Merge. It has its own consciousness now, and it was willing to go with Two, but if it was merging with Heaven Executor, obviously, it wasn't very willing. Meanwhile, Two shook her head slightly. "You were always a part of it, so why reject it? If you merge with it, your consciousness will remain, and it'll be like recalling your past." The sword energy fell silent for a moment, and then it entered the sword. A sword howl instantly resounded through the sky. Two gazed at Yang Yi. Third and fourth both chose you. If I'm being honest, I'm very surprised because fourth can't stand some of 3RD's actions. Yang Yi responded with silence. He didn't want to waste his breath on her nonsense. Two laughed coldly. You're so petty, huh? Yang Yi shook his head. They'll be leaving if you don't need anything else. Yang Yi walked off with Snowy. You don't want Heaven Executor? Tu's voice came from behind him. Yang Yi stopped and shook his head. I don't. Tu asked. Because I've been beating you up? Yang Yi shook his head again. I don't want a sword that attacks its master. As he spoke, he pointed at the Heaven Executor sword in Tu's grasp. It's a sword that is devoid of principles. As far as I'm concerned, it's trash. Of course, that's just my opinion. Tu looked Yang Yi in the eyes, and the latter looked right back at her. Heaven Executor trembled violently while a strand of ghastly killing intent emerged from it. Obviously, it felt Yang Yi was insulting it. Suddenly, Heaven Executor shot forward. Actually, if it was Heaven Executor in its previous state, it wouldn't dare to attack Yang Yi, especially without Tu's instruction. But at this moment, it wasn't the same sword anymore. There was a huge difference in it when compared with before. So, it attacked upon hearing Yang Yi. It was one of the greatest swords in the universe, so it had quite the temper. Suddenly, a paw grabbed it. It was Snowy. Snowy had regained consciousness, but she was still quite dizzy, and her face was still red. Snowy gazed at Heaven Executor, which intended to harm Yang Yi, and there was rage in her eyes. Snowy held it tight, and then strands of mysterious energy surged into the sword. Sprite devouring. At this moment, Heaven Executor was afraid. Its consciousness had just been formed, yet Snowy wanted to destroy it. How could it not be afraid? It immediately returned to Tuesday. Snowy blinked and gazed at Tuesday. The latter glanced at Yang Yi and Snowy. That's fine too. She turned around and walked away, but she stopped a moment later. The strongest among us, first, may come to see you. Prepare yourself mentally. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Why? Tu replied indifferently. Weren't you really amazing? Figure it out yourself. And you haven't even figured out the sword, yet you plan to learn more? You must be an idiot. She vanished into the sky. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Once Tu left, the ethereal man from the Martial Sky Clan appeared before Yang Yi. The man asked, was that her? Yang Yi nodded. He spoke softly. She isn't bothered by my clan's current state. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't say anything. Actually, he couldn't say anything, because he wasn't a good person either, and had done things like destroying an entire world too. The man spoke softly. My ancestor was wrong, but my entire clan suffered from our ancestor's decision. They did nothing wrong, and it's all because they are weak. They are in the wrong because they are weak. That is the law of the three-dimensional universe. Yang Yi glanced at the man and spoke softly. Live well through the future. Revenge? That was absolutely unrealistic, and it was impossible. The man smiled, of course. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. There seems to be some sort of link between you and them? Yang Yi nodded. There is. The man suddenly said, they chose you. Yang Yi didn't hide it and nodded slightly. Another two of her forms did, but not her. The man smiled. You're a truly assertive person. That sword she gave you is Heaven Executor, and it's even after it absorbed countless strands of powerful sword energy. But you refused it. You are truly strong-willed and assertive. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. It was a good sword, of course. However, if it would turn on its master, then even if it was the greatest sword in the world, Yang Yi would still refuse it. Meanwhile, the man said, you want the martial sky invulnerable body? Yang Yi nodded. The man fell silent for a long time and said, have you ever considered that as you grow stronger in other aspects, your sword Dao may weaken? Yang Yi gazed at the man, and the man continued, no one can truly be perfect. You cultivate in the sword, so why not focus on it? As for your body, it's a shed said. If you can't even fully master the sword, isn't it a waste of time to cultivate in the body? Yang Yi fell silent. The man smiled. Allow me to be honest. It's impossible for you to truly cultivate the essence of the martial sky invulnerable body. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The man smiled. The martial sky and vulnerable body is something my ancestors cultivated from a young age, and countless secret techniques combined with the guidance and fostering of numerous experts of my clan were required. Even then, it took countless years for invulnerability to truly be formed. Of course, it was very formidable. My ancestor could resist destiny's sword with just his body, but so what? They were still defeated. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Of course, I can give it to you if you still want it." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, he recalled what Tu had told him. So, Yang Yi shook his head. That isn't necessary. The sword. He just wanted to focus on the sword right now. Yang Yi summoned Snowy, rubbed her head and grinned. Help them. Snowy cracked a smile and withdrew the sprite staff. A moment later, she waved the staff, and countless strands of spirit energy appeared throughout the tower. Yang Yi gazed at the man. The sword energy is gone, and she won't act against your clan again. However, I suggest that you remain in seclusion. The world is in chaos now, so don't get yourself swept into it. Your clan really can't afford to. The man nodded. I understand. Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave when the man withdrew something. A sword chest. A dark green sword chest. The man spoke softly. This is the 5-element sword's chest, and there's a 5-element formation within it. You can consider it as a small world. If it's combined with those 5 swords, its strength multiplies, and it should grow even stronger in your hands. Yang Yi gazed at the sword chest for a long time, and then he suddenly shook his head and smiled. To be honest, I've helped some people in the past, but at most times, the outcome isn't very good. The man grinned. That may be because your strength wasn't that strong. If your strength is so strong that they can't do anything to you, they will only be extremely grateful for your help, but if you're weak or on par with them, they may have other thoughts. Yang Yi glanced at the man and smiled. I understand. The man continued. Even though my clan has suffered decline, we aren't that weak. Let us know if you need anything. Yang Yi smiled and left without saying a word. Once Yang Yi left, the man fell silent for a long time and said, Grand Exalt. A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded, I understand. Our clan must naturally repay this kindness, and it's also an opportunity for us. We'll get going then, and it'll help him if he needs it. The ethereal man nodded slightly. If a new order is formed, our clan naturally can't miss this opportunity. As soon as Yang Yi left the martial sky world, he encountered a middle-aged man. There was a very deep sword injury that stretched through half the man's face. He pointed at his face and said, She left this, the owner of Heaven Executor. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Then go look for her. If you can, help me beat her up too. I can't stand the sight of her either. The man shook his head slightly. I'm no match for her. So, I'm here for you. Because she told the world that you're her successor. Yang Yi's face instantly became unsightly. 2. Fuck you. You're pushing me into a trap? Chapter 2696A Formidable Sword Cultivator. Chapter 2696A Formidable Sword Cultivator. Yang Yi's expression was extremely unsightly right now. The owner of Heaven Executor, too, had said that he was her successor. Fuck. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Because Tu had many countless enemies in the past. The most terrifying part was those she hadn't killed, or wasn't able to kill. It was very likely for them to come for him. Moreover, besides her, the enemies of the other forms of destiny may come for him as well. Destiny was the #1 enemy in the hearts of countless cultivators throughout the universe. After all, didn't the End-World establish a Defiance Alliance? What was the Defiance Alliance trying to defy? It was definitely destiny. Now, Tu called him her successor. Fuck. That was like pushing him into a death trap. Because while these people may not dare to go looking for her, they would definitely not fear him. Revenge. She was getting revenge. What a vile woman. What a shameless woman. Yang Yi was full of hatred. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, Destiny chose you, right? Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and said, Would you believe me if I said that I wasn't related to her at all? The middle-aged man shook his head. I wouldn't. He waved his hands once he finished speaking. Obliterate. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi exploded apart, inch by inch. It was like a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss. A ray of sword energy sliced through space. A head-on collision. A short while later, the sword energy sliced through everything and arrived before the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the man pressed his palms together. He caught Yang Yi's sword between his palms. Yang Yi's sword couldn't move an inch forward. Suddenly, Yang Yi released past life, and then he pushed forward while another sword appeared in his left grasp. Great unknown. Once he got close to the middle-aged man, Yang Yi launched a horizontal slash. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to go head-on against Yang Yi's attack. He released his grip and retreated. But as soon as he did that, not only was he unable to create distance with Yang Yi, the latter even got closer to him. Two swords descended. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of slicing resounded incessantly. Every swing of Yang Yi's swords could slice through space with ease. The middle-aged man had no choice but to go head-on against every one of them, and in just a few breaths of time, had been pushed over 30 kilometers back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man started to counterattack. Bam! Yang Yi was suddenly pushed 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi stopped himself stably and looked up. There was a huge saber in the middle-aged man's grasp. A saber cultivator. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his swords and didn't dare be careless. Since the man before him could survive too, he was absolutely not an ordinary expert. Of course, Yang Yi didn't fear the man either. The middle-aged man glanced at the injuries on him, and then he looked up at Yang Yi, as expected of someone chosen by destiny. You have some skill. He suddenly leaped up into the air and slashed down at Yang Yi with both hands. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. This saber attack was unlike Xuemyu's. The man was a strength-type saber cultivator, and he used pure, overwhelming strength to crush everything before him. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then he swung his sword. It stabbed against the tip of the saber. The sword and saber trembled. After a moment, Yang Yi's sword moved slightly to the side, allowing the man's saber to descend straight down at him. However, it didn't have the aura and strength it carried a moment ago. Yang Yi's attack had interrupted and canceled it out. At the moment Yang Yi's sword moved to the side, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. However, it was still a little too late, and his left hand flew into the air. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. He looked up at the middle-aged man with indifference. Actually, he was quite shocked. If the middle-aged man's saber had descended, the middle-aged man would definitely die. After all, the strength in the saber had been completely cancelled out, so it could be said that Yang Yi was entirely capable of resisting it with just his physical defenses. However, his sword strength was still there. Thus, if the middle-aged man chose to let the saber continue its descent, the middle-aged man would definitely suffer. Striking last to subdue the enemy. It was a technique Head comprehended in the world of past life. Even though it wasn't that useful against the woman in black or two, existences like them were very rare in the world. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and laughed coldly. What a formidable sword cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the air with his saber in hand, and then a huge 300-meter-long wave of sword energy slashed down from the sky. Yang Yi didn't even look up as he stabbed his sword upward. Bang! The saber energy instantly collapsed, but just a moment later, a saber appeared above Yang Yi. It was the middle-aged man. Yang Yi pulled his sword back and didn't attack. The saber was getting closer and closer, and it was so close that the space around him had already been obliterated. However, Yang Yi still didn't react. Finally, the saber arrived above his head. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly turned around, drew his sword, and stabbed. The saber descended by Yang Yi's nose, and his sword, hiss. It stabbed through the middle-aged man. An instant later, right when Yang Yi was about to attack again, a ray of silver light suddenly appeared before him. Another strand of saber energy. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare to act carelessly and ignored the middle-aged man behind him as he stabbed his sword forward. Bang! The silver light shattered and Yang Yi retreated around 10 back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him seized the opportunity to move over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi ignored the middle-aged man and looked into the distance. A man was walking over slowly from there. Zhuomu. The end world was here again. Yang Yi frowned slightly because the end world just refused to give up on killing him. Zhuomu glanced at the middle-aged man. You can go recuperate in the end world. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhuomu. You're Zhuomu. Zhuomu nodded slightly. You must be the Sky Saber, right? The middle-aged man nodded. Zhuomu spoke softly. I've always wanted to meet you. Sky Saber shook his head. I'm inferior to you. He glanced at Yang Yi at this point. I didn't expect to even be incapable of fighting her successor. Haha, how sad. Yang Yi glanced at Sky Saber. He really wanted to say that it had nothing to do with him, but Yang Yi didn't say anything in the end. While there was no link between him and Tu, he did have a link with the women in white and black. Meanwhile, Zhuomu glanced at Sky Saber and said, he's no ordinary person. You don't have to take it to heart. Sky Saber didn't say anything and just left. Yang Yi gazed at Zhuomu. Shall we spar? Zhuomu nodded slightly. We shall. He suddenly drew his saber and swung it. Hiss. A pitch-black line appeared in the space between them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drew his sword. A very ordinary and swift stab. A strand of cold light suddenly flickered on the tip of Yang Yi's sword. The cold light was Zhuomu's saber energy. Yang Yi's sword gradually started to tremble violently. Boom. A moment of silence ensued, and then the cold light vanished, but Yang Yi was pushed around 100 back. Meanwhile, Zhuomu transformed into a string of afterimages that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then he drew his sword and swung it repeatedly. Hiss, 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 hiss. Each swing was stronger than the last, and faster than the last. However, every swing he completed was accompanied by him moving around 30 back. Just like that, Yang Yi retreated around 300 back before he finally stopped himself. Meanwhile, Zhuomu was where had been a moment ago. Yang Yi glanced at past life, and it was still trembling. He fell silent for a moment, and then he cracked a smile. Take one of my attacks too. Yang Yi was in front of Zhuomu when he finished speaking. His sword descended, striking first. It locked down all of the possible moves Zhuomu could make. Zhuomu frowned slightly, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes for the first time. An instant later, he drew his saber and swung it. He chose to fight speed with speed and strength with strength. It was his advantage. The saber and sword collided directly against each other. Bang! The space around them instantly collapsed. At the same time, Yang Yi was pushed 300 back while Zhuomu was pushed around 100 back too. Zhuomu glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of fear in his eyes. Yang Yi's speed of growth was too insane. Now, even if he fought Yang Yi one-on-one, he had no confidence in being able to kill Yang Yi, but had been able to completely crush Yang Yi in the past. How long had it been? Zhuomu sheathed his saber and said, the spar is done. He turned around and left. Yang Yi didn't attack again either, because he couldn't kill Zhuomu either. Zhuomu was stronger than had expected. Zhuomu's speed and strength was superior to his own. Even if he risked his life, he still wasn't very confident in being able to beat Zhuomu. Meanwhile, Zhuomu had vanished. Yang Yi was about to leave when the transmission stone in his possession trembled. Yang Yi withdrew it, and a voice came from within. You're in trouble now. Yang Yi asked, what is it? The voice replied solemnly. One of the forms of destiny said that you're her successor, and you'll be in charge of killing Destiny Realm experts from now on. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The voice continued. Besides that, the end world has been spreading it. So, everyone throughout the three-dimensional universe is aware that you're a successor of Destiny. Some old geezers, those geezers who once managed to escape Destiny, they may be no match for Destiny, but they may come for you instead. So, are you ready? Yang Yi's face was utterly dark. Ready my ass. Chapter 2697, True Objective. Chapter 2697, True Objective. Chapter 2697, True Objective. Two has pushed him into a trap, and the end world was intentionally getting him into more trouble. Obviously, countless experts knew of him now, and he may even become the enemy of countless cultivators. Those fellows were hostile to destiny, and had been the same in the past. Besides that, if Chi Bitian wasn't on his side, perhaps even she would target him. Of course, Chi Bitian would never do it now. He had a huge headache. Yang Yi shook his head and left. He couldn't do anything about it now, and all he could do was fight against whatever came at him. Yang Yi used Great Unknown to teleport to Eternal Border. At this moment, the war between Eternal Kingdom and the Desolate Race was almost at its end. Eternal Kingdom's barrier had been destroyed. Now, Eternal Kingdom and Eternal Border could be said to have been linked. Huang Yu looked indifferently into the distance from the Eternal River. The Eternal Lord and the ancestors of the various clans were before him. There were quite a few experts behind Huang Ying, especially Destiny Realm experts. Besides Huang Xian and Huang Buer, there was the Void Lord, the Undying Race's patriarch, and a few other mysterious experts. The Eternal Lord gazed at Huang Ying for a long time before he said, "Are mountains of corpses what you wanted?" Huang Ying replied indifferently, "This is what war is like, is it not?" The Eternal Lord gazed at Huang Ying for a long time before he nodded. "Then let's take each other down." He raised his right hand slightly and dropped it. Lu Yuan and the ancestors of the other clans immediately charged at the Desolate Race. Huang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Kill. Huang Buer, Huang Xian, and the others behind him vanished on the spot. Generals against generals and soldiers against soldiers. The Eternal Lord, Huang Buer, and all the others entered space high above while the desolate Death Guard fought the War Guard of Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi watched coldly from afar. Regardless of whether it was the Desolate Race or Eternal Kingdom, he didn't really care about them and wouldn't interfere in their battle. Of course, he would attack the Eternal Kingdom if it was necessary. He had naturally not forgotten how they'd ganged up on him. But at this moment, there was no need for him to interfere. He wasn't here to stop them from fighting, nor was he here to watch the show. He was here to stop them from destroying Eternal Border. He didn't think of himself as Destiny, but since the woman in white attached such importance to this place, and she was gone now, he felt that he had to do something for her. Sprite formation. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded. Yang Yi looked over, and a fiery red woman suddenly shot up into the air, and there were countless sprites behind her. Sprite Palace. Yang Yi frowned slightly. At the same time, Snowy emerged from the primordial pagoda. Snowy glanced at the sprites and was quite hesitant. Meanwhile, Huang Ying glanced at the woman in red and spoke softly, "I've been waiting for you." As soon as he said that, a few figures suddenly appeared above the woman. All of them were Destiny Realm experts. The woman's expression changed drastically. Where the heck did the Desolate Race get so many Destiny Realm experts? The Sprite Palace's formation hadn't even been formed when numerous terrifying auras slammed down upon the sprites. At this moment, Eternal Kingdom's side didn't have any extra Destiny Realm experts to protect the sprites. The sprites' combat strength was absolutely pitiable, and they couldn't fight back at all against these Destiny Realm experts. It didn't take long for a few dozen sprites to vanish from this world. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy shot through the sky. The mysterious Destiny Realm experts suddenly stopped attacking and moved around 1 kilometer back. A single ray of sword energy stopped before them. At this moment, countless gazed toward the source of the sword energy, and it was where Yang Yi was standing. Huang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi brought Snowy over to the Eternal River, and then he glanced at both sides. Stop for a while? An expert stepped forward from among the group of mysterious Destiny Realm experts. Stop for a while? Who do you think you? Huang Ying suddenly said, "Step down." That Destiny Realm expert glanced at Huang Ying. "You have no right to give me orders." Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. The expression of that Destiny Realm expert changed drastically. He swiftly turned around and slapped his palm forward. As soon as he did that, His expression changed drastically again, and a sword moved along his arm like a venomous snake before finally stopping before his throat. Yang Yi was still on the spot, but his sword was at the Destiny Realm expert's throat. That expert was stunned. Yang Yi glanced at him. Can you stop for a while now? That mysterious expert had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Yang Yi ignored that expert and gazed at Eternal Kingdom. At this moment, they were all looking at him, especially the members of the War Dimension. After all, he was once a part of the War Dimension. Lu Yuan stopped as well. Huang Xian was still her opponent, and he glanced at Yang Yi but remained silent. Yang Yi was truly terrifying right now. Yang Yi ignored them all and gazed at Snowy. The latter went over to the fiery red woman. She glanced at the woman, and then she gazed at the sprites behind the woman. Snowy waved her paw. She was telling them to leave with her. The sprites exchanged glances, and then they gazed at the woman. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the woman. "I'll cut off your head if you dare to refuse." As soon as he said that, the woman's face instantly turned unsightly. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly appeared before those sprites. She withdrew the sprite staff and pointed it at them. She was quite angry. After all, she was here to help them, but they were asking the woman for permission instead. Snowy was very angry. Suddenly, the woman said, "Go with her." Ads by PubFuture. Once they received her approval, all the sprites surged over to Snowy. Actually, they wanted to go to Snowy, but they revered the woman. After all, she'd been taking care of them for many years. It didn't take long for all the sprites of the Sprite Palace to enter the Primordial Pagoda, but the woman in the red dress turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before her. She gazed at Snowy for a long time, and then she shook her head and smiled. "I wanted to take you over there not because I planned to scheme against you. I just didn't want you to stay with a human. But now it seems like staying with him is the best for you. Because he can protect you, and he clearly doesn't have any ill intent toward you." She rubbed Snowy's head. "Take care." She immediately transformed into a ray of red light that vanished into the distant sky. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at the woman. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the Eternal Kingdom and Desolate Race's forces. "No matter what happens in your war or who wins, I hope the sprites remain safe." Snowy's responsibility. Actually, Snowy was the good sprite of the world, and she really cared about the sprites of this world. Even if she didn't know much right now, based on how Shed asked him to help, he knew that Snowy had some responsibilities. She was the kindest in the world and the strongest among the sprites. So, protecting the sprites was her responsibility, and based on her past actions, Shed always been doing so. So, since it was Snowy's responsibility and Snowy wanted to do it, then it was his responsibility too. Snowy's responsibility was his. The Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom's forces glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. Yang Yi didn't say anything either and just left with Snowy. He was certain that so long as he remained alive, both of their sides would not dare to slaughter any sprites. It was entirely unnecessary. Killing them would offend him, and they weren't stupid enough to do that. Once Yang Yi left, the battle continued. Yang Yi entered Eternal Kingdom and went to the Ancient Sword Sect. It was empty now. Yang Yi went to the vast mountain peak. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Show yourself." As soon as he said that, two people appeared nearby. Hung Wangu and Zhuamu. Hung Wangu sized up Yang Yi and nodded. An extraordinary genius indeed. Yang Yi spoke softly. "You're already going to attack me?" Hung Wangu shook his head. "We're just here to ask if you're willing to give up the sprite progenitor?" Yang Yi shook his head. Hung Wangu smiled. "If you give it up, you can go anywhere in this world. Trust me, give it up and go into seclusion. No one can touch you in 10 years from now." Yang Yi glanced at Hung Wangu. "You definitely don't want the sprite progenitor so that you can hide from destiny. So what are you planning?" Hung Wangu grinned. "You're smart indeed. We do not seek to hide from destiny. As for the real reason, I can't tell you yet. All I can tell you is that we're determined to obtain the sprite progenitor. And that girl area, we need her too." He shook his head at this point. "To be honest, I'm really surprised that both the good and evil are with you. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even want to act against you. You're really not bad among the younger generation." especially the way you do things. You make a clear distinction between kindness and enmity, and that's something I appreciate. Yang Yi shook his head. Unless I die, you will never get the sprite progenitor and area. Now, you can do your worst. Hung Wangu chuckled. I knew your answer even before I came here. He gazed at the area behind Yang Yi. May I know your name? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. There's someone behind me? A moment of silence ensued, and then an ethereal figure appeared nearby. The ethereal figure suddenly said, You want the good sprite and evil beast. Let me guess, your true objective isn't Yang Yi, it's destiny. Ads by Pub Future. Chapter 2698 Targeting Destiny. Chapter 2698 Targeting Destiny. Yang Yi looked over, but he couldn't see the ethereal figure's true appearance. The ethereal figure continued, Allow me to be honest, while destiny is quite overbearing and cruel at many times, they have rendered great contributions to the three-dimensional universe. Hung Wangu smiled. You're not ordinary since you know many things. The ethereal figure shook its head. Hung Wangu, you were a genius then. Yet destiny suppressed you and destroyed your body on many occasions, so it's understandable that you want revenge. However, you should be aware of their strength. Not to mention you, even the entire joint forces of the end world wouldn't be enough, right? Hung Wangu glanced up at the boundless reaches of space and said, I am no match for them, but someone is. The ethereal figure fell silent for a short while and said, So you have a plan? No wonder. Hung Wangu smiled. You've been by his side for a long time. The ethereal figure replied, I was asked to take care of them. Hung Wangu nodded. Can you stop now? The figure replied, I'm afraid you'll have to reveal some trump cards. Hung Wangu nodded slightly, all right. He tapped his folding fan against his left palm. Along with two light taps, a middle-aged man appeared nearby. First God. It was actually First God. First God's gaze immediately descended upon Yang Yi, and it was full of the desire to kill. Yang Yi had truly made him suffer. If he'd been just a little slower, he'd probably have died there. 2. The owner of Heaven Executor. Had met her again. Had really been filled with terror then. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu asked, Is this enough? The ethereal figure shook its head. I'm afraid that just First God isn't enough. First God laughed coldly. Stop putting on an act. Wouldn't we know once we have a fight? Hung Wangu slammed his fist forward. A huge black vortex enveloped Yang Yi and the ethereal figure. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He was about to draw his sound when he heard the sound of something being torn apart. Hiss. The huge black vortex vanished, and the First God was pushed 300 m away. There was an extremely clear fist print on his chest. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at the ethereal figure. He's really strong. First God had a solemn expression on his face. Who are you? Actually, besides Destiny, Chibitian, and Emperorly, First God felt that not many others in this world were worthy of him taking them seriously. Yet now, this person before him was clearly not Chibitian or Emperorly. The end world had information on many experts. The ethereal figure by Yang Yi's side spoke indifferently. Do you have other trump cards? Hung Wangu grinned. Why are you protecting him? The ethereal figure fell silent for a long time and replied, How about we do this? 1 month. They'll leave in a month from now and stop interfering. Hung Wangu fell silent. The ethereal figure continued, I'm only by his side because of a promise, and he'll leave in a month. At that time, you can deal with things on your own, and I won't interfere. Hung Wangu thought for a long time before nodding slightly, fine. He turned around and left with the others. However, the First God glanced coldly at Yang Yi with a weird smile on his face. Once they left, Yang Yi glanced at the ethereal figure. Thank you. The ethereal figure replied indifferently, That isn't necessary. I'm only interfering out of consideration for someone. Yang Yi asked, Who? The figure replied, Sky Maiden. Yang Yi fell silent. The figure spoke solemnly, Kind. It doesn't matter if you're chosen or what enmity you have with the end world. I just want to ask you to not drag in your eldest sister and those women from the Nether Pavilion. Can you do that? Yang Yi glanced at the figure and remained silent. The figure shook its head and continued, "Your eldest sister's physique is special and there are things you don't need to know. To be honest, they can't interfere in your business. You're protected by destiny, so you can do as you please, but they aren't. Since Hung Wangu dares to target destiny, his trump card is definitely not anything you've ever seen. So, if you let them get mixed up in this, they will definitely die." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he nodded. "I won't let them get mixed up in this." Actually, even if the ethereal figure didn't ask, he still wouldn't let them get mixed up in all of this. The ethereal figure nodded. "It's not that I want to interfere in your business, but the game you're playing is something they really can't play with you. Even I—" The figure didn't continue. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Who are you, senior?" The ethereal figure shook its head. "You don't have to worry about them. I have no ill intent toward them. It's I who owe them, and am just trying to do something for them." Yang Yi nodded and chose to believe the ethereal figure. Experts like these usually disdain to play tricks and scheme. The ethereal figure continued, "Kid, based on the current situation, they are planning something big. I suggest that you should go to Chi Bit Ian and Tian Xiao now, or ask Destiny to protect you. Otherwise, you will be absolutely unable to protect the good sprite and evil beast you have with you. You're all alone, and they are an entire group. Besides that, you are being followed by an expert from the Martial Sky Clan, and I've asked him to step down for now. If you aren't fully confident, it's best if you don't let him get mixed up in this. Perhaps the Martial Sky Clan of the past could instill fear in the end world, but now—" Yang Yi fell silent. He was in quite a terrible situation. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure shook its head slightly. "Go to Chi Bitian and Tian Xiao, and if it's possible, stay with them or Destiny. Otherwise, those old geezers will play you to death." The ethereal figure turned around and left. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Please wait, senior." The ethereal figure stopped. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "You said they plan to target Destiny?" The figure nodded. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I think something is off. They should know how terrifying Destiny is." The ethereal figure replied, "That is the main issue. They aren't fools. Since they dare to target Destiny, their trump card must be extremely strong to a point beyond your imagination. However, you don't have to worry because all four of those fellows are extremely terrifying. Instead of worrying about them, you should worry more about yourself. Perhaps the end world is no match for Destiny, but they are definitely a match for you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The ethereal figure spoke softly, "Go get some help. Fighting alone is behind the times now." The figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Fighting alone. He was all alone right now. Even though they say he has backing, could he rely on Destiny? They were clearly planning on just leaving him to survive on his own. Especially the woman in black. She even wanted him to kill the people of the end world. Yang Yi laughed bitterly without end. All of this backing was actually not reliable at all. Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he decided to go look for Chi Bitian and Tian Xiao. The people of the end world were targeting Destiny, but they would deal with him first. Now, he had some connections and resources, so he could gather some help. Find help. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi arrived at a cottage on the peak of a mountain. The furnace outside it was still there. Yang Yi stood outside the door and glanced at the cottage. "Martial ancestor, are you interested in doing something big?" "Do what?" A furious shout came from within. "Fuck off right now. You're such a troublemaker. You're even better at it than him." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi naturally didn't leave. He had terribly thick skin. He walked over to the door and added, "Martial ancestor, you don't know how those fellows from the end world have been bullying me. They called on so many experts of the past to bully me, like the First God and Sky Saber, and Hung Wangu and Zwamu. There are so many old geezers trying to kill me. I'm no match for them. And I am." The door was pushed open, and Jian Wudi appeared before Yang Yi. He gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "How many do you think I can fight?" Yang Yi raised a hand. "At least 5. The corners of Jian Wudi's eyes twitched. "Why don't you say I can annihilate them all?" Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything else. Jian Wudi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and shook his head. "You shouldn't have gotten mixed up with Destiny. Doing that is like becoming the enemy of all the cultivators in the world. If it wasn't for Xuanan, even I would go after you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Martial ancestor, I'm sure you know that even if I didn't get mixed up with destiny, they still wouldn't spare me. They want the sprite progenitor and area, so I have no choice. Jin Wudi hesitated to speak. Yang Yi smiled. You want me to give them up? I know you have good intentions, but there are things that cannot be given up, even if death is the only other option. Right? Jin Wudi shook his head slightly. Kid, have you considered that since they dare to target destiny, they definitely have a formidable trump card? Yet you. Sigh. Yang Yi shrugged. To be honest, I'm no match for them. No match at all. But I have to fight no matter what. Because even if I don't attack, they will. I would have ran if I could, but the problem is they can always find me, right? Jin Wudi just stared at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi felt quite awkward. A long time passed before Jin Wudi said, They chose you because they want you to manage this world, right? Yang Yi shook his head. Not really. However, it is part of it. Jin Wudi fell silent for a long time. If a day comes where you really take control of this universe, don't do as they did. Give the cultivators of this world 2 paths. Even though Xuanan wasn't killed by them, he died to the rules they left behind. Yang Yi fell silent. Jin Wudi walked over to Yang Yi, sized him up and nodded. Go on. Yang Yi nodded and left. Once Yang Yi left, Jin Wudi closed his eyes slowly. I wonder how many of you old geezers are still alive. He vanished on the spot as well. Chapter 2699 The Yang Clan. Chapter 2699 The Yang Clan. Yang Yi went to the past life clan. The ruins were gradually returning to their former glory. Yang Yi and the past life clan's patriarch strolled by the river of past life. Both of them were silent. A long time passed before Yang Yi smiled. Don't think too much about it. It was just a suggestion. I know the situation your clan is in, so don't think too much about it and just refuse if you want. I don't mind. The patriarch shook his head. You're mistaken. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The patriarch explained solemnly, 2 things. Firstly, if it's possible, my clan would naturally choose your side. Because we owe you a debt, and we naturally should help if you need it. Besides that, this may be an opportunity for our clan, an opportunity to rise up again. He glanced at Yang Yi. The young man before him was chosen. Simply speaking, Yang Yi may become the strongest expert of this world in the future. So, if he chose to help Yang Yi now, the past life clan would have nothing to worry about if Yang Yi is victorious. At the very least, the past life clan would have powerful backing so long as Yang Yi was still alive. Of course, there was risk too. If Yang Yi lost and perished, the past life clan would face eternal damnation too. Yang Yi didn't speak and just waited for the patriarch to continue. The patriarch of the past life clan fell silent for a short while before continuing. We have 3 Destiny Realm experts, and all of them aren't weak. If you need our help, all 3 of us will help you. Yang Yi nodded. You can raise any conditions. The patriarch fell silent for a long time before he said, If you win, he'll do it then. All right? Otherwise, whatever I say now is meaningless. Yang Yi smiled. All right. The patriarch grinned as well. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, I came here with Great Unknown's teleportation ability, so the end world probably doesn't know of my arrival here. It's best if you don't go outside for now. Don't let them notice you. The past life clan's patriarch nodded. Well, stay well hidden. Yang Yi nodded and vanished into the sky. You're making a huge bet. An elderly man appeared before the patriarch once Yang Yi left. The patriarch glanced at the surroundings. See everything around us? While we've emerged from hiding, let me be honest. How long do you think it'll take for our clan to rise up again? The old man fell silent. The patriarch shook his head. We've suffered tremendous losses. While the sprite progenitor has restored some spirit energy for us, the quintessence of this world has been damaged. The spirit energy here is enough to sustain us for 10 years at most. Once that time is up, what would our clan do then? This place isn't suitable for us to live in anymore. We must go outside. But let me be honest, there's no place for us in the outside world. However, if we help him, we will have a place in the outside world. The old man shook his head. It's too risky. The patriarch grinned. I know. However, there's no reward without risk. If we want to rise up quickly, we have to rely on him or the end world. The old man asked, why don't you choose the end world? The patriarch smiled. He has destiny's support. Is that good enough for you? The old man fell silent for a long time and nodded. It is. The patriarch looked up at outer space. In the past, our ancestors chose to fight against destiny, and the outcome was that our clan suffered eternally. I hope that we won't suffer the same fate again this time. A huge bet. The past life clan had preserved its inheritance, but it was still dying slowly. The resources of the world have been divided up already, and the past life clan didn't have the strength to fight for it. So, perhaps they could find new life through this instead. Once Yang Yi left, he immediately teleported to the martial sky world. At the entrance to the tower, Yang Yi sat down with the ethereal man for a long time. In the end, the ethereal man said, Are you confident? Yang Yi shook his head. Not at all. However, I want to find more help. They'll be looking for others besides you. The ethereal man fell silent for a long time and said, What is destiny's stand on this? Yang Yi shook his head. She has none. Moreover, I'm not sure if they will help me in the end. Actually, I've only obtained the acknowledgement of 2 forms of destiny, and as for the other 2, one of them is very hostile to me, and I've never even met the last one. The ethereal man shook his head and smiled. You're really honest. Yang Yi smiled. So, what do you think? The ethereal man fell silent for a long time before he asked, The past life clan has agreed, right? Yang Yi nodded. The ethereal man nodded slightly. I see. Just like them, my martial sky clan will have a request if we win. Yang Yi stood up and was about to leave, but he stopped a moment later and said, Will your request put me in a difficult position? The ethereal man shook his head. Yang Yi smiled, I understand. From this moment onward, contact me if your clan needs anything. The man smiled. I just happen to need your help with something. No, I need the good sprite's help. Yang Yi nodded, all right. Yang Yi followed the man to a huge altar, and on it was a head. Yang Yi asked, What is this? The ethereal man replied softly, A former ancestor of my clan. Don't worry, he wasn't killed by destiny. Destiny opened that door for him, and he went in. After that, Yang Yi asked, He didn't die. The man shook his head, half dead, but not alive anymore. His body was completely destroyed, and only his head remained. My clan has remade a new body for him, but I need spirit energy, and it has to be special spirit energy. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I sense Polaris energy in the good sprite. Coupled with her own special profound energy, I'm sure that it'll be enough to revive this ancestor of mine. Yang Yi thought for a moment and summoned Snowy. Yang Yi pointed at the altar, and Snowy nodded before exhaling lightly. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged into the altar. The altar gradually started to tremble. Meanwhile, the ethereal man placed a headless body on the altar. As more and more spirit energy surged into it, the body and head on the altar started to merge. At the same time, the ethereal man just floated into the altar. Yang Yi was quite surprised. It didn't take long for quite a weird expression to appear on his face. The ethereal man was a soul, and that head and body. Yang Yi was still quite stunned. Yang Yi didn't tell Snowy to stop, and he just allowed her to continue sending out spirit energy. Around 2 hours later, the body and head on the altar had fused completely. At the same time, Snowy's Polaris energy and her own unique profound energy coiled around the man. Around 15 minutes later, the man slowly opened his eyes. Snowy stopped. The man gradually opened his eyes completely, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. I'm still not very used to it, but it's fine. He gazed at Yang Yi. Thank you. Yang Yi glanced at the man, and the latter smiled. I have just my soul, and when my ancestor survived all those years ago, his soul was incomplete. So, that is why I dared to merge with him. It actually goes against certain laws, and the side effects are serious. However, with the help of the good sprite and the fact that she possesses Polaris energy, it can be said that the side effects have been brought down to a minimum. That's why I dared to do this. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I see. The man grinned. You have the good sprite. So what you wear and use are the best in the world. I really don't have anything to thank you with. However, now that I've merged with the remnants of my ancestors' soul and body, I may be quite strong in battle. Yang Yi smiled. That's more than enough. The man chuckled and said, Right? It has been so long, but I still haven't introduced myself. I'm Yinwu, the current patriarch of the Martial Sky Clan. Yang Yi nodded. Until we meet again, brother Yinwu. Yang Yi was about to leave once he finished speaking, but Yinwu suddenly said, You can make a trip to the Yang clan. Yang Yi gazed at Yinwu and was quite puzzled. The Yang clan? Yinwu nodded slightly. They had quite a good relationship with my clan in the past, so we have many records on them. They aren't ordinary. Even though they still fell into decline in the end, I refuse to believe they vanished from this world. So, you can try. If their people are still alive, you can try roping them over to your side. Conversely, you don't lose anything if they are gone. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, Do you know how to get there? Yinwu smiled. I just happen to know that. He flicked a ray of white light into Yang Yi's forehead, and then a pathway appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi cupped his fist a short while later. Farewell. Yang Yi vanished into the distant sky. Once Yang Yi left, an old man appeared by Yinwu's side. Yinwu spoke softly. The past life clan's patriarch is very charismatic. The old man nodded slightly. The end world isn't ordinary either. They are planning something big. Yinwu closed his eyes slowly. I know. If they don't have some skill, how could they dare to target destiny? The destiny who once domineered over countless eras. 2 hours later, Yang Yi arrived at a completely new world. It was the world where the Yang clan once lived. It was named after them as well. It was the Yang world. As soon as Yang Yi arrived here, he suddenly frowned because his bloodline actually started trembling for no reason. Chapter 2700 Deception. Chapter 2700 Deception. Yang Yi frowned, and then he suppressed his bloodline a moment later. Yang Yi looked into the distance. There was an ancient city standing there. He walked toward it while often scanning the surroundings. The spirit energy here was scarce too, but it was much better than the past life clan and Martial Sky clan. Those two words were almost devoid of spirit energy, but there was at least some here. Something worth mentioning was that if he didn't have Great Unknown, he couldn't get here, not even with the path Yinwu had provided. This world was enveloped by a strand of mysterious energy that made it impossible to find. Even if one could find it, there was no way in. Of course, it wasn't a problem to those experts with absolutely extraordinary strength. A short while later, Yang Yi arrived before the ancient city. Its gates were shut tight, and it seemed very old and deserted from the outside. There were a lot of weeds all around the city's walls. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he walked over and pushed the gate open. Creak. A desolate scene appeared before him. The streets were empty, and most of the buildings in the surroundings were in ruins. Yang Yi walked forward all the way his head sensed signs of life. The aura of humans. Just as Yinwu had told him, the Yang clan hadn't been completely annihilated. There were some surviving members of the Yang clan. Suddenly, an old man appeared before Yang Yi, and Yang Yi stopped. The old man glanced at the great unknown in Yang Yi's grasp, Destiny's sword. Yang Yi nodded. The old man fell silent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. How many of you are still alive? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then Yang Yi sensed an invisible pressure descend upon him. Yang Yi shook his head. I have no ill intent. The old man gazed at him for a long time. In the end, Yang Yi sensed the pressure gradually vanish. The old man shook his head. No matter who you are, I just want to say that we're already in a state like this, so we don't want any trouble, nor do we want to get mixed up in anything. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and nodded, and then he walked away. Suddenly, the old man said, Wait. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and the old man gazed at him for a long time before saying, Can you give me a drop of your blood? I just want to have a look. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and flicked a drop of blood over to the old man. The old man gazed at it, and his expression gradually changed. Impossible. The old man gazed at it while seeming to be in a daze. A short while later, he gazed at Yang Yi. You? No, this isn't possible. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What is it? The old man stared at Yang Yi. You actually have my Yang clan's bloodline. While it's quite scarce, you do have it. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, a white-haired woman appeared by the old man's side. Besides that, another middle-aged man with two pitch-black steel balls in his hand appeared as well. The middle-aged man had even sealed off Yang Yi's path of retreat. However, it wasn't like he planned to attack Yang Yi. The three of them were just scanning him curiously. Meanwhile, the woman touched the drop of Yang Yi's blood and shook her head. It isn't the pure bloodline of our Yang clan. It's diluted. He should be a descendant of someone who left our clan, not even a branch family. She shook her head slightly. Useless. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the drop of blood flew over to him. He scanned it and spoke solemnly. It's not the same. This bloodline has reversed that person's bloodline. However, it's very much different from our Yang clan's pure bloodline. He gazed at the old man and continued, What do you think? The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. He fell silent for a short while and said, Who are you? Why do you have Destiny's sword? Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. She gave it to me to slay evil. The old man frowned slightly and was quite displeased by Yang Yi's answer. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I actually came here because I wanted to work together with you on something. But it seems that cannot happen. So, I'm leaving. You won't stop me, right? The middle-aged man suddenly said, as a junior, you should be humbler before an elder of your clan. Even though you're a descendant from who knows how many unions, you're still a part of the Yang clan. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. You think I'm being arrogant? Or perhaps you want me to be as humble as possible before you. Meanwhile, the woman spoke coldly. How unruly. Did your parents never teach you how to respect your elders? Or perhaps your parents are uncouth like you. The temperature here instantly turned cold. Yang Yi walked slowly toward the woman. Her face remained indifferent. She didn't care at all, and there was even a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. At the same instant, the expressions of everyone here changed. Yang Yi was in front of the woman, and she instinctively released a powerful aura with the intent of suppressing Yang Yi. However, she had far underestimated the one who stood before her. At the instant Yang Yi's sword was drawn, her powerful aura was instantly obliterated. There were existences in this world who were capable of using their aura to suppress him, but those were rarely found, and many of them were on his side. The woman's expression had changed at the instant Yang Yi drew his sword. This young man before them was an existence on their level. She reacted very quickly, and she stretched out her right hand to clamp down on Yang Yi's sword with her fingers. She planned to stop it with 2 fingers, because as far as she was concerned, Yang Yi's sword wasn't that fast. However, she was mistaken. At the instant her fingers were about to clamp down on his sword, hiss, her fingers flew into the air, and then Yang Yi's sword was against her throat. The surroundings fell deathly silent. The old man and middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi, and besides seriousness, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Yang Yi looked the woman in the eyes, and then Great Unknown slowly moved horizontally to her shoulder, and then it descended. Hiss! In an instant, the woman's entire right arm fell to the ground. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The middle-aged man was about to attack, but the old man shook his head. Yang Yi gazed at her. Apologize? She gazed at Yang Yi for a few breaths of time, and then she said, I was rude. Please forgive me. Yang Yi lowered his sword and walked away. Suddenly, the old man obstructed his path. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What? The old man said, Excuse our prior rashness. Yang Yi replied, It's fine, but allow me to be honest. You've been staying here for too long, and you should really go outside and take a look at the world. Besides that, this isn't the era of the 9 heavens and 10 clans. If you still stay blindly conceited and refuse to wake up from the most dazzling era of the Yang clan, you'll die, sooner or later. The Past Life clan and Martial Sky clan did much better than you when it comes to following the times. The old man fell silent for a short while and said, "We naturally understand that. It's why we're unwilling to leave." Yang Yi nodded. "That's your own problem." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're part of my Yang clan too." Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Seriously, if you go outside for some time, you probably wouldn't dare to say that. Besides that, don't think that me joining the Yang clan will bring benefits to your clan. There are no benefits. Perhaps only your Yang clan, when it was at its prime, would dare to go against my enemies." The old man frowned slightly, and then he exchanged glances with the middle-aged man. They naturally wanted to keep Yang Yi. While Yang Yi's bloodline was a little diluted when compared to the main clan, but so what? So long as someone was outstanding and formidable, all of that wouldn't be a problem anymore. Yet now, what Yang Yi said had made them hesitate slightly. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. "See the sword in my hand? It's Destiny's sword. In what they call someone who's chosen, and so countless cultivators have gathered together with the desire to kill me. There are even some old geezers from many years ago. Not some, there are many of them too." The middle-aged man suddenly asked, "Do you have help?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "My help is Destiny. They told me that they would help if I'm no match for my enemies. But I have to look for more help before then. Right? Those who follow me also follow Destiny. You can think of it in that way." The old man and middle-aged man exchanged glances, and both of them didn't really believe Yang Yi. They felt Yang Yi was quite sly and not very reliable. Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew another sword. "Past life," Yang Yi said. "See, I have 2 of their swords, and they said they'll give me the other 2 soon." He glanced at the 3 of them. "The Past Life Clan and Martial Sky Clans have already agreed to take my side. I'm just here to ask if you're willing to join forces with us." The old man asked solemnly, "What will the Yang clan get out of it?" Yang Yi smiled. "There are many benefits. For example, your Yang clan can emerge into the world again and not hide forever. Or another example would be that you can avoid being hunted by Destiny. They told me that I can decide whether Destiny Realm experts have to be killed from now on." The old man glanced at Yang Yi. He felt like this fellow before him was trying to deceive them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi summoned Snowy. "See? It's the good sprite. Even she has expressed her agreement to join forces with me." Snowy blinked and quickly nodded. She was fully cooperating with him. All 3 of them were flabbergasted when they saw Snowy. Fuck. It really is the good sprite. Chapter 27:01 The Yang Clan. Chapter 27:01 The Yang Clan. The good sprite. As the ancient Yang clan, how could they not know about the sprite of goodness in this world? The 3 of them exchanged glances. This time, they were clearly shocked. Yang Yi glanced at them and remained silent. Head revealed what should be revealed. Now, it was time to wait for the outcome. A short while later, the old man spoke solemnly. "Can you wait for a moment? We have to discuss something." Yang Yi smiled, "Of course." The old man nodded slightly. "Please come inside and have a seat." Yang Yi shook his head. "They'll just wait here. They'll be leaving in 2 hours." The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then they left without saying a word. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, grinned, and then gazed at Snowy. Snowy gazed at him too. She cracked a smile and rubbed her head against his chin. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he sat down cross-legged. He withdrew the sword chest head received from the martial sky race, and there were 5 swords within it. He still hadn't used the sword chest and 5 swords until now, so he wasn't very sure how strong they were. However, they shouldn't be weak. If they were weak, the ancestor of the Martial Sky Clan wouldn't have used it against Destiny. While that ancestor of theirs had failed, it was enough to prove that these swords and the sword chest weren't ordinary. Yang Yi was about to try them when the old man's group appeared before him again. Yang Yi gazed at them, and the old man spoke solemnly. "We can work together with you, but we have 2 requests." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Tell me about it." The old man replied, "Firstly, you must join our clan." Yang Yi frowned. "Join the Yang clan? What the heck?" The old man spoke indifferently. "Is that a no?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I think I should warn you that having me in the Yang clan may not be a good thing." The old man nodded. "I know." Yang Yi smiled. I don't like to beat around the bush, so just tell me everything. The old man fell silent for a long time and sighed softly. I'm sure you've noticed the situation that the Yang clan is in right now. Patriarch and that form of destiny are gone, and the loss of our patriarch caused our clan to sigh. At this point, the Yang clan is half dead. He gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, You want me to revive the Yang clan? The old man hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No, that isn't your responsibility. While you have my Yang clan's bloodline, I know that the responsibility of reviving the Yang clan shouldn't be left to you. Yang Yi said, Let me guess, you want me to join the Yang clan so that I'm bound to it, and we both rise and fall together, right? The old man nodded. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and asked, What about the second request? The old man replied, If you can, please ask the owner of Heaven Executor if our ancestor is dead or alive. Yang Yi nodded, All right. He glanced at them. There's something I must make clear. Since we're starting to work together, or you can even call it an alliance, I hope we don't scheme against each other. I really hate things like that. The old man nodded, Of course. Yang Yi continued, Besides that, it's the last time I'm going to remind you, but my enemies are very strong. The old man grinned. Destiny is very strong too. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, They'll let you know if I need anything. He turned around and left. However, Yang Yi patted Snowy at the entrance, and Snowy understood what he meant. She withdrew the sprite staff. In an instant, the entire city was covered in her sprite domain, and then spirit energy rapidly increased here at a visible rate. The old man and the others were extremely shocked by this sight. Only the good sprite was capable of doing something like this. She was forcibly extending the life of this world. An hour later, Snowy stopped, and Yang Yi rubbed her head before looking at the old man. I must ask, how many Destiny Realm experts does the Yang clan have right now? Are they all at the peak? The old man nodded slightly. All three of us are at the Destiny Realm, and besides us, there is one more who is stronger than us. He glanced at Yang Yi. I too must ask, if we go outside, Destiny won't hunt us? Destiny. Actually, it was mainly Destiny that had trapped the remnants of the Yang clan here. In the past, the experts of the End world couldn't come into the outside world, and it was the same for them. Yang Yi nodded. They want. The old man nodded. That's good. We can establish contact with the outside world now. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left with Snowy. Once he left, the woman suddenly said, He's quite sly and doesn't seem very trustworthy. The old man spoke softly. My intuition tells me that everything in the three-dimensional universe will change after this, and whether we can truly rise up depends on it. The woman spoke solemnly. His enemies. The old man smiled. Would you choose Destiny or them? Even though many of them are old geezers from countless years ago. The woman shook her head. It's because Destiny is too strong that I'm worried. Those old geezers know how strong she is, but they still dare to target her. That's very unusual. The old man nodded. I know. He looked up at the sky and continued. Even someone as strong as our ancestor couldn't kill Destiny. So what reason do we have to not choose Destiny's side? The others fell silent. Once he left the Yang clan, Yang Yi used Great Unknown to teleport to dark space. He hadn't forgotten someone. The Dark Lord. He didn't know how strong the Dark Lord was, but he wanted to try his luck. As soon as he arrived there, the Dark Lord appeared before him. Yang Yi said, You know why I'm here? The Dark Lord replied, They've already been here. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Guess I'm going back empty-handed. The Dark Lord fell silent for a short while and said, I refuse them, and I will refuse you. Yang Yi nodded. I won't force you. The Dark Lord spoke softly. Dark space is unlike the outside world. Of course, dark space can't afford to offend any of you. Hung Wangu agreed that so long as I don't interfere in the enmity between both of you, the End world will never act against dark space. Yang Yi smiled. It's the same for me, and you've helped me in the past. So, if you need something, I won't refuse if it's within the scope of my ability. The Dark Lord nodded. Thank you. The small kindness from before had paid off, because she was very well aware that dark space would definitely seek Yang Yi's help in the future. After all, Yang Yi had Snowy. Yang Yi left dark space. While he failed to obtain the Dark Lord's help, he wasn't disappointed. As always, he attached most importance to himself. People always had to rely on themselves. If he wasn't strong enough, everything else would be meaningless. Even those forms of destiny and Chi Bitian weren't people had entrusted his hopes to. Of course, he was different now too. At the very least, had learned to get help in battle. Of course, the main reason was that he was no match for them and had no other choice. Once he left dark space, Yang Yi used Great Unknown to teleport to the destiny dimension that the woman in black lived in. He actually couldn't come here, but those restrictions vanished once he had Great Unknown. Moreover, since Shed given him her sword, it was equivalent to acknowledging him. Had come here mainly because this place was temporarily safe. As soon as he arrived here, Snowy dashed out with the sprite's staff, and then a herd of cows and sheep charged over toward her. Snowy's face was covered in excitement. She immediately flew over to the back of the sheep's leader, and then she touched its horn lightly with her staff. The sheep understood what she meant and charged off into the distance. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he watched Snowy play. Yang Yi went over to the woman in black's wooden house, and a hexagonal formation immediately appeared below him. Countless strands of Polaris energy appeared around him and surged incessantly into him. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and withdrew the pitch-black sword chest of unknown make. Yang Yi withdrew the 5 swords. They formed a complete sword formation with the sword chest. The 5-element sword formation. If they were merged, they could change the energy of the 5 elements in the surroundings. However, doing that was quite crazy. After all, Snowy had almost killed everyone when she did it that day. Besides that, he had the armor he was wearing. He rarely used it as well. It was because he wanted to preserve that feeling of being in danger, and he didn't want to overly rely on it. Of course, it didn't mean that he wouldn't use it. The armor could save his life at the critical moment. Besides that, he had the sword gourd, Great Unknown, and Past Life. Of course, he had the Past Life energy. They were all his trump cards. His greatest trump card was the sword domain. Yang Yi left the wooden house a while later. Training with the sword. Yang Yi started training slowly before the wooden house. He just trained with ordinary moves that were completely normal and calm. But every one of them carried the domain sword. As he trained and trained, something unexpected happened. The 5 swords in the wooden house suddenly arrived around him, and then lined up in a row to his right. Every single time Yang Yi swung his sword, those 5 swords would make the same movement. Chapter 2702 I'm Still Going. Chapter 2702 I'm Still Going. The 5 swords followed him. Yang Yi hadn't summoned them over to him. It was they that had come to him. They wanted to train with Yang Yi. Yang Yi had noticed their arrival, but he ignored them. Just like that, a month passed. Throughout this month, Yang Yi did nothing but train with the sword. Training with the sword was training the heart, and training the heart was training the sword. Yang Yi was much less hasty and impatient now, and it was the same for his sword. Of course, it didn't mean that his sword didn't carry the desire to kill. It was just that everything had been kept within his sword now. It remained ordinary until the moment he struck. As for his cultivation, it was at his peak, and he was just a step away from the peak of the Destiny realm. Of course, it was mostly thanks to the Polaris energy within the wooden house. Polaris energy could be described as the greatest type of profound energy in the world. No, Snowy's spirit energy couldn't be overlooked. It should be said that they were both equally matched at the top. Polaric energy was very beneficial to people, and Snowy's spirit energy was very beneficial to sprites. Conversely, Polaris energy wasn't as useful as Snowy's spirit energy when it came to sprites and beasts, and vice versa. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had them both. Under such circumstances, even an ordinary person would advance by leaps and bounds, let alone Yang Yi. However, when compared to his cultivation, Yang Yi attached more importance to his sword Dao. He had obtained even more comprehensions in the sword. As for Snowy, besides cultivating, all she did was play all day. Shed even dragged the sheep and cows into the primordial pagoda. Actually, the primordial pagoda was like a real world. Besides having very few people, There were also demons and sprites. Especially sprites, they could be said to provide boundless life to the world in the pagoda. At this point, there was no world with spirit energy that could surpass the primordial pagoda, especially when Snowy was in this world. Snowy planted some things here like the chaotic fruit tree and world-born fruit tree, and they'd grown into towering trees that were covered with fruits. However, a portion of this had to be attributed to Polaris energy. Snowy used it with her own spirit energy, the primordial violet energy, and the eternal energy she multiplied herself. In short, these two trees had been grown with the best types of spirit energy in the world, and they received an endless supply of it. It could be said that even if they were just grass, Snowy could probably make them into immortal grass. Never underestimate Snowy's ability. She was the most extraordinary existence here. Yang Yi didn't continue cultivating. It was because a month had passed. The end world would act against him now. Meanwhile, in an unknown world, it was like the martial sky world and past life world. The spirit energy here had completely vanished. It was an abandoned world. At an underground world, a woman waved her spear incessantly, and there was a shadow before her. Bam! She was suddenly pushed 300 and back, and her arm cracked open. The shadow suddenly said, "Combat techniques are supported by strength and speed. Their core is strength and speed, and the faster you are, the stronger they will be. Your speed is far from sufficient. Continue." The woman waved her spear, and then she appeared where she'd been a moment ago. But just a short while later, she was pushed back again. The shadow said, "Not enough." She charged once more. Bam! She was instantly blasted away, and the shadow said, "Slow, too slow. Speed is supreme. Continue." Just like that, she charged at the shadow over and over again. The Void World. Sky Maiden stopped and wanted to leave the Void World. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure appeared before her. Sky Maiden frowned slightly. The figure shook its head. "Do you think that you can stop the end world?" She replied indifferently, "I can't stand by idly." The ethereal figure replied solemnly, "Let him deal with it himself." She gazed at the figure, and the latter spoke softly, "Trust me, it's the best way to help him." Sky Maiden asked, "Why?" The ethereal figure replied, "He has a higher chance of surviving on his own, because he can run and play tricks when he's alone. But if you go, he can't flee. At that time, he will really have no chance." Sky Maiden fell silent. The ethereal figure continued, "Moreover, those forms of destiny haven't said anything, but I refuse to believe they will just stand by idly and watch. If they help, he'll naturally be fine. But if they don't help, then you definitely can't go, because you'll just be sacrificing yourself for nothing." Sky Maiden closed her eyes slowly. "Will he die?" The ethereal figure fell silent for a short while and said, "I can't say for sure. He's very sly, and coupled with the backing he has, and the good sprite and evil beast, he's like a mystery that's impossible to uncover." So, Sky Maiden looked off into the distance. "The end world won't let him live, right?" The ethereal figure nodded, "Unless he's willing to abandon the good sprite and evil beast. Actually, it probably won't end well for him no matter what he does now. He's with destiny now, so it's like betrayal to countless other cultivators. Because as far as they are concerned, destiny is their greatest enemy. Now, Yang Yi has sided with their greatest enemy." Sky Maiden gazed at the ethereal figure. "Will destiny help?" The figure shook its head slightly. "Am not sure." Sky Maiden fell silent. The figure spoke solemnly. "Going to him won't help at all. Only he can overcome this on his own." She fell silent for a short while and shook her head. "I'm worried." She turned around and vanished on the spot. The ethereal figure sighed softly. The Destiny Dimension. 4 people arrived at its entrance. They were led by Hung Wangu and First God. Zwamu and Mou were by his side. Hung Wangu glanced at the Destiny Dimension and spoke softly. "This is where the Destiny in Black lives?" Mou replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Hung Wangu chuckled. "I don't really think anything of it. I'm just a little curious." He scanned it and said, "They are like gods of this world who rule it. However, they really haven't done anything to those beneath the Destiny realm." Mou replied. They only target Destiny Realm experts. Hung Wangu nodded. Let's forget them for now. He gazed at the Destiny Realm and continued. He should be still in there. First God suddenly said, what do we do if they come? Destiny. The others' expressions became quite solemn. No one could overlook Destiny. Mou suddenly said, don't worry, they probably won't. First God gazed at him. What makes you so sure? Mou glanced at First God, because I was once chosen by her. The First God replied indifferently, I don't think you are anymore. Mou's face instantly turned cold and gloomy. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly said, don't fight among yourselves. Our target is Yang Yi. First God moved his gaze away and didn't say anything. The more time he spent with Hung Wangu, the more mysterious the latter seemed to him. Hung Wangu gazed at Mou. You said they have enemies too? Mou nodded. She told me about it once. She has to suppress some existences, especially at certain times. Once every 1,000 years. I counted, and this should be when they are busiest. Zhumu suddenly asked, what are they fighting against? Mou shook his head. I don't know. It may be their enemies in the 4-dimensional space. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Hung Wangu nodded. Meanwhile, First God suddenly said, Hung Wangu, am quite curious. Do you have a plan for if Destiny appears? Hung Wangu smiled. Are you afraid? First God replied indifferently, am just asking. Hung Wangu replied softly, I think that since we've chosen to go against Destiny, we should ignore our own fate. If we aren't even prepared to die, how can we even fight Destiny? The others fell silent. Hung Wangu looked at the distant Destiny dimension. Will you come outside, or should we destroy this place and force you out? They received no reply. First God spoke indifferently. Do you think hell come outside? Hung Wangu gazed at Zhumu. Zhumu nodded slightly and took a step forward. A moment later, a ray of saber energy shot through space and went straight for the Destiny dimension. This attack contained the force of the world, and it had an unstoppable aura. Boom! That point in space shook violently, but just a moment later, a wave of powerful energy rippled out from there. Zhuamu's expression changed slightly as he took a step back, and then he drew his saber and swung it again. Hiss! The space before Zhuamu was slashed open, but the attack failed to stop the energy. The energy swept over and enveloped Hung Wangu's group. Bang! 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 A few muffled explosions resounded, and all of them were pushed around 3 kilometers back. A voice suddenly resounded from afar. They'll come outside if it's a one-on-one battle. Otherwise, I want one-on-one. Chapter 2703 Come Over Here. Chapter 2703 Come Over Here. One-on-one. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the wooden house, and a small formation diagram was in front of him. It was a formation that protected the Destiny dimension. The woman in black had left it here, because the Destiny dimension didn't have one previously. After all, why would there be a need for one when she was here? It was something Shed intentionally left for him. Snowy curiously scanned the formation diagram from Yang Yi's shoulder. She pointed at it to say that she wanted to play with it. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. You can't. We'll all be finished if you spoil it. Snowy blinked and nodded. She was very obedient to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Snowy. Have you done what I asked? Snowy hurriedly nodded and waved her paws swiftly. Yang Yi pinched her little cheeks. Little fellow, you better be reliable this time. Otherwise, we'll both be dead today. Snowy cracked a smile, hugged Yang Yi's hand, and rubbed it lightly. Yang Yi's eyes were full of tender affection. Actually, he wished Snowy was just an ordinary sprite, because she could have a happier life that way. Well, not completely. If she were just an ordinary sprite, she wouldn't be able to swagger off everywhere, nor could she get whatever she wanted. So, it was better for her to just be like this. Outside the Destiny dimension, Mou had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. There's a formation here, and it's a defensive one. It's definitely that woman in black who left it here. Hung Wangu nodded slightly. It seems they've given him a way out. First God glanced at the destiny dimension and asked, "Shall we force our way through?" Suddenly, Mou said, "Let me fight him one-on-one." Hung Wangu and First God gazed at him, and First God laughed coldly. "Allow me to be honest, but ha-ha." His laughter was full of ridicule. Mou spoke coldly. "Why don't you go then?" First God laughed coldly. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Mou shrugged, then go on. First God's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly started laughing. "Why would I do? So I can bully the weak? That isn't my style. You and him are juniors, so it's best if you go fight him." Mou glanced coldly at First God and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly asked, "Are you confident?" He was naturally asking Mou. Mou fell silent for a moment and laughed coldly. "They say he's the #1 expert in the younger generation. While we're not from the same era, I do want to see if the #1 in this era of his or the #1 in my era is better." He walked forward as he spoke. He had been the #1 expert in the younger generation of his era. After all, had been chosen by destiny. Hung Wangu watched Mou leave in silence. Suddenly, Zhuomu said, "He won't win." Hung Wangu nodded slightly. "Don't let him die. He's very useful to us." Zhuomu nodded. First God laughed coldly. "Do both of you think so little of him?" Hung Wangu shook his head. "If it were in the past, he may have a chance against Yang Yi. But now, his mental state isn't the same anymore, and his heart has been filled by envy, rage of abandonment, and unwillingness. His sword heart isn't the same anymore." He gazed at the destiny realm and continued, "Yang Yi's sword heart is still the same, and most importantly, he's a ruthless person." Ruthless. First God grunted coldly, but did not refute it. He hadn't had much contact with Yang Yi, but he did know a little about Yang Yi, and he knew Yang Yi was a ruthless person. Mou wasn't fearsome when compared to Yang Yi. Mou walked over to the destiny dimension and spoke indifferently. "Yang Yi, didn't you want a one-on-one battle? Come outside. They'll do it." A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi's voice came from within the destiny dimension. "Come inside." Mou's face turned unsightly. "Yang Yi, are you coming out or not?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "What would I do if you gang up on me once I go out there? Come inside, and we can fight fairly. I'm all alone here. If you're afraid, you can ask the others to take your place." Mou's face turned quite gloomy. First God suddenly chuckled coldly. "What is it? Scared?" Mou glanced coldly at First God. "I'm not like someone who runs away like a rat runs from a cat upon catching sight of destiny." He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. A vortex suddenly appeared in the distance, and Mou entered it. First God's face was icy cold to the extreme. First God naturally knew that Mou was speaking about him. He had returned to the end world in a sorry state after destiny took an arm of his in the martial sky world. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly said, "There's no need to get angry. Zhuomu and I wouldn't have done any better in front of her." First God's face gradually returned to normal. In the destiny dimension, Mou went over to the wooden house. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. "Stay here and replenish its spirit energy. Don't be naughty, and don't do anything rash. Just replenish the formation's spirit energy in here. We'll be back soon, all right?" Snowy glanced at the formation and shook her head to indicate that it wasn't a problem. Yang Yi pinched her cheek and said, "You're my assistant now, so don't ever do anything rash, and don't give it too much spirit energy either. Otherwise, this formation won't be able to endure it, and then this place will explode from that. If that happens, the woman in black will never forgive us." The women in black. Snowy obviously remembered her, so she immediately nodded to display that she wouldn't do anything rash. Yang Yi would never just trust the little fellow, of course. So, he summoned Zir to watch Snowy. Snowy immediately pounced into Zir's arms and started rubbing her head against Zir. Zir gazed at Yang Yi. "Be careful." Yang Yi smiled, of course. He left the wooden house and went over to Mou. Mou was holding the fiery red sword. Yang Yi sized up Mou and said, "Looks like you have fully recovered to your prime." Mou waved his sword, Crimson Sky, and said, "It'll show her that she was blind to choose you." Yang Yi grinned. You know, seeing you makes me think of a saying. Those loved unconditionally have nothing to fear. He shook his head and continued, let's not waste our breaths. Since you're a sword cultivator and her own personal disciple, why don't we compete in the sword? Just sword technique alone? Mou smiled, all right. A battle between sword cultivators. Mou pointed his sword toward the ground at an angle and gazed at Yang with a smile on his face. She taught me a few moves, and she said the sword techniques of the world don't go beyond those moves. They'll let you have a taste of them now. Draw your sword. Yang smiled, then I won't hold back. Yang was already in front of Mou when he finished speaking. Mou suddenly twisted his body to the side, and a sword slashed past his nose. If had been just a moment slower, the sword would have sliced him into two. This movement of his had allowed him to dodge Yang's attack. At the same time, he spun himself on the spot and arrived on Yang's left. After that, he took his sword in both hands and slashed down at Yang's shoulder. The entire string of movements was completed in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, Yang had reacted at the instant his attack missed. His sword switched to a horizontal swipe at Crimson Sky. Bam! They immediately split apart. At the instant they were pushed back, Crimson Sky left Mou's grasp and shot at Yang. At the same time, he vanished on the spot. Yang gazed at the sword and didn't counterattack. His sword moved when Crimson Sky arrived, just half an inch away from his forehead. Striking last. At the instant he swung his sword, Mou's right hand had just grabbed Crimson Sky, and Yang's sword struck its hilt. In this way, it was like the instant Mou had intentionally allowed Yang to stab him upon grabbing his sword. Hiss. Blood sprayed. Mou reacted quickly, and he immediately abandoned his sword and moved 300 m back. However, he left a few fingers behind. Yang took a step forward and grabbed Crimson Sky, and it immediately started shaking violently. It was resisting. Countless rays of sword energy and sword intent surged out incessantly from it and tried to attack Yang. Yang gazed at Crimson Sky and laughed coldly as he casually tossed it into the wooden house. Snowy was in there. Crimson Sky was just about to flee when Snowy grabbed it. However, Crimson Sky was still resisting. Snowy blinked and slapped it. Bam! Crimson Sky shook violently, but Snowy grunted lightly while waving her little paw rapidly. Shed slapped it too hard, and it hurt her. Zier rolled her eyes at Snowy, and then she took Snowy's paw and blew on it. Meanwhile, Snowy glanced at Crimson Sky. It was about to flee, but numerous swords suddenly aimed themselves at it. The 5 element swords, the sword precursor, sword supreme, all of them were pointed at Crimson Sky, and the sword intent and sword energy it emanated was completely devoured by these swords. Snowy gazed at Crimson Sky and waved her paw. She was saying that it had hurt her, and she was asking what it planned to do about that. Crimson Sky felt absolutely aggrieved. After all, it was Snowy who had hit it. Outside the wooden house, Mou's face was extremely gloomy when Crimson Sky was taken from him. At the same time, Yang walked slowly in Mou's direction. I think it's time to end this. Suddenly, Mou pressed his hands together and pushed them apart. Lend me your sword. As soon as he said that, the space before him was sliced open, and then a sword shot out from there. Heaven Executor. Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Heaven Executor, you have a consciousness of your own. So, I'll give you a chance. Fuck off right now. Otherwise, it'll obliterate your sword sprite. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang's shoulder. She glanced at Heaven Executor, and then she withdrew Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was still trembling and resisting. Snowy suddenly grabbed Crimson Sky on both ends, and then she pulled. Crack! Crimson Sky was instantly broken into two. Sorrowful sword howls resounded incessantly from it. Snowy tossed both pieces to the ground, pointed at Heaven Executor, and then waved at it. She was telling it to come over to her. A moment of silence ensued, and then Heaven Executor suddenly returned to the pitch-black hole in space and vanished. Mou was stunned speechless. Favorite. Chapter 27:04 The Strongest is Here. Chapter 2704 The Strongest is Here. Executor was gone. Mou was stunned. Had been chosen by the owner of Heaven Executor in the past, so he could summon the sword through a secret technique. Of course, the precondition was that its owner, too, didn't refuse. Earlier, had just been trying, and he was overjoyed to realize that two didn't refuse. However, he hadn't expected it to be scared away by Yang Yi and the good sprite. It had been scared away. Crimson Sky too. It was a divine sword, yet it had been broken just like that. It had even been broken with such ease. He didn't hesitate to transform into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Head fled. Yang Yi glanced at the sky and didn't give chase. Snowy glanced at the pieces of crimson sky, hesitated for a moment, and then waved her paw. They returned to her grasp, and then after a few hits, Crimson Sky was restored. At this moment, Crimson Sky was absolutely obedient. Of course, it was linked to Mou. Mou had just fled without it, and that was a form of abandonment to a sword. Snowy pointed at the sword and gazed at Yang Yi. He smiled. You deal with it. Snowy nodded. Yang Yi took Snowy back to the wooden house, glanced at the formation and said, almost there, outside the destiny dimension. First God glanced at Mou, but surprisingly didn't ridicule the latter. Hung Wangu and the others didn't say a word. Hung Wangu gazed at the destiny dimension. Attack! As soon as he said that, he tossed his folding fan forward, and it expanded as it flew. In an instant, the folding fan covered the entire area around the destiny dimension. Meanwhile, Zhuamu's figure shot forward. First God attacked as well. A wave of powerful pressure rippled out of the destiny dimension when they attacked, but the pressure was obliterated before their joint forces. The space there started to be obliterated. In the destiny dimension, Yang Yi glanced at the trembling space around him, grinned, and then gazed at Snowy. The latter nodded and quickly released spirit energy. As more and more spirit energy appeared, the formation grew more and more unstable, especially when Hung Wanga's group was attacking from the outside. Around 15 minutes later, the entire destiny dimension was on the verge of destruction. In the destiny realm, Yang Yi picked up Great Unknown and sent Zir into the primordial pagoda. After that, he took Snowy in his arms and the space before him cracked open. Great Unknown's teleportation ability. Actually, Hung Wangu and the others had locked down the area outside. So, it would normally be impossible for him to leave without alerting them. However, he had Great Unknown, the divine sword that could teleport anywhere. Right at the instant Yang Yi and Snowy vanished, a strand of pure spirit energy appeared. At the instant that happened, the wooden house exploded into bits. At the same time, the entire destiny dimension exploded apart, and a wave of destructive energy swept through space. Hung Wangu and the others' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. Rumble. The entire area was obliterated, and the obliteration continued for around an hour. At this moment, Hung Wangu and the others were in terribly embarrassing states. Hung Wangu and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces because they didn't sense Yang Yi's aura after it was destroyed. Had fled. Yang Yi had fled right under their noses. Great Unknown. Meanwhile, Mou spoke abruptly. He has that sword, Great Unknown, so he can teleport anywhere. Great Unknown. First God gazed at Mou. Why didn't you warn us earlier? Mou replied indifferently. I forgot. All right. First God's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent flickered within them, but Mou remained unafraid. He knew his strength was slightly inferior to First God, but he was very well aware that the end world really needed him. Moreover, he had trump cards too. Suddenly, Hung Wangu said, Can both of you stop causing trouble? They grunted coldly and didn't say anything else. Hung Wangu shook his head. We have a common enemy, and I hope both of you remember that. He gazed at Mou. Where do you think he went? Mou shook his head. Hung Wangu nodded slightly. Looks like we have to ask Mr. Jing for help. He turned around and left. Zhuamu and First God followed after him, but Mou didn't. The latter just vanished on the spot. First God suddenly said, He's scheming something. I think we should get rid of him. Hung Wangu glanced at First God and smiled. I know. You're worried that because he was once chosen by the owner of Heaven Executor, he may turn on us to curry favor with her, right? First God nodded. Exactly. Hung Wangu smiled. Don't worry, everything will be fine. First God glanced at Hung Wangu and didn't say anything. Not long after they left, a woman appeared here. It was Sky Maiden. The ethereal figure appeared once more by her side. He has fled. She asked, where? The ethereal figure shook its head. I don't know. He can go anywhere with that sword. You don't have to worry about him. She fell silent. Eternal border. At this moment, the war between Eternal Kingdom and the Desolate Race was practically at its end. Both sides had still been unable to decide on the victory, but they were on the verge of that. The entire Eternal River was covered in corpses, and the river itself had turned into a river of blood. Sometime later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and he was in a different world. The woman in white's destiny dimension. He could go anywhere Great Unknown had been. Obviously, it had been here. Actually, had planned everything in advance. He couldn't go head-on with the end world right now, so the best plan was naturally to flee. But where to flee was a problem. In the end, Head decided to use the Destiny Dimensions. Besides the four-dimensional universe, these Destiny Dimensions were the safest. Because of his relationship with the woman in white, he chose her Destiny Dimension. Yang Yi scanned the surroundings. Her Destiny Dimension was unlike the woman in black's, because it was an ocean, and at the center of the ocean was a small island. An especially small island, and it was the only thing here besides the ocean. Snowy scanned the surroundings curiously. Suddenly, she looked down into the ocean, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and pointed down. Yang Yi asked, There's something down there? Snowy nodded. Yang Yi asked, Is it dangerous? Snowy shook her head. Yang Yi naturally didn't trust the little fellow. Even if he asked if the four-dimensional universe was dangerous, she may still say that it wasn't. Besides a few existences, she didn't fear anything else. Yang Yi sized up the ocean, and then he saw a black shadow swimming through it. Obviously, it was probably something the woman in white was raiding. Yang Yi gave Snowy past life, and she cracked a smile before shooting down into the ocean on it. Yang Yi didn't go with her, because she wasn't in any danger. So long as she had that sword, no living being in this world would dare to harm her. Actually, it was good enough if she didn't harm any of them. Snowy's strength right now was truly too powerful against these living beings. Yang Yi went over to the island. At the center of it was a unique house, and around the house were countless flowers, herbs, and fruits. Yang Yi saw a small, colorful bird before the house. The bird obstructed Yang Yi's path and chirped, Who are you? Yang Yi glanced at the bird and smiled, aghast. The bird glared at Yang Yi. Leave now, or you might die once my master returns. Yang Yi smiled. What's your name? The bird replied angrily, Sakura. Leave now. Human. Yang Yi smiled. I'm a friend of your master's. Sakura clearly didn't believe him. Prove it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hand, and then a strand of past life energy appeared. Sakura was stunned upon seeing it and asked, You're really a friend of my master's? Yang Yi nodded. Sakura immediately started crying. Where's my master? Where has she gone? I don't want to be alone here. That big sea monster isn't fun at all. Sobs. Yang Yi smiled. Don't cry. We'll take you outside later. Sakura looked up at Yang Yi. Really? Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, the water surges up in the distance. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly as he looked over, and there was a colossus swimming swiftly on the surface of the sea outside the island. It was so fast that it had created a whirlpool. Yang Yi saw a familiar figure on the colossus' head. Snowy. Yang Yi shook his head and felt speechless as he watched Snowy enjoy herself. The little fellow had clearly succeeded at subduing the huge underwater monster. It made sense. After all, unless it was a demon beast at Aria's level, practically no demon beast could resist the temptation that Snowy had on them. Sakura gazed at Snowy with curiosity. She isn't afraid of the big sea monster. Yang Yi smiled and walked toward the house. Meanwhile, Snowy held onto the sea monster with one paw while she withdrew a fruit with the other. It was a chaotic fruit. Snowy sent it over to the sea monster's mouth, and it immediately swallowed the fruit. At this moment, the sea monster worked even harder on swimming. As soon as he entered the house, a white figure appeared before Yang Yi. It was the woman in white, and she spoke softly. You have to go to the border of the four-dimensional universe. Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu may be in danger because our strongest form's clone has arrived in this world. Chapter 27:05 Be careful. Chapter 27:05 Be careful. Strongest? Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and said, The last one of your forms? She nodded. Yang Yi asked solemnly, Is she stronger, or is two stronger? The woman in white chuckled. What do you think? Yang Yi replied, Wasn't she called the best at fighting among all of you? The woman in white shook her head. She is the best at fighting, but our strongest form's strength isn't limited to just fighting. Moreover, let me just put it like this. She is our core, and she has all our abilities, and she has abilities that even we do not have. Besides that, she can make us all merge with her, but we cannot do the same. Understand? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He naturally understood what she meant. The strongest form she spoke of was clearly the main body, and to a certain extent, the rest of them were just clones. Of course, they couldn't be considered as merely clones. And the strongest form she spoke of was the true form of destiny. Of course, the real true form was when all of them were merged into one. It could be described like that. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Is she easy to deal with? The woman in white smiled. It depends. Yang Yi smiled wryly. How do you think she will treat me? She shook her head. I don't know. I haven't spoken to her in a very, very long time, and she doesn't speak to us either. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, You can be said to be a clone of hers, yet all of you have cultivated to the point of possessing your own consciousnesses. You don't mind me saying that, right? She smiled. Why would I? We were once a single whole, and we would only be truly whole when we are merged into one. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. The relationship between the forms of destiny was truly too complicated and strange, because he could sense that regardless of whether it was the woman in white, the woman in black, or two, all of them had their own consciousness, and it could be said that they were independent people, but they didn't reject merging together at all. It was very difficult for him to understand. He didn't linger on the issue and asked, Will she harm little Qi and Tianxiu? The woman in white nodded slightly. It's very likely, because little Qi isn't on good terms with Tu and our strongest form. All those years ago, she fought Tu to the point of almost obliterating the world. The woman in white shook her head slightly. They are irreconcilable enemies, and it is why Tu doesn't really like you. It's because you're close to little Qi, and she has even taught you in the past. So, as far as Tu is concerned, you're like little Qi's successor. Tu. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I don't really like Tu either. The woman in white smiled. But you're no match for her. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It was like a stab at his heart. The woman in white added, The two of us chose you, and Tu didn't object either. Such a situation has never occurred. So, you have the greatest chance to stop our strongest form. Yang Yi nodded. They'll go to the border of the four-dimensional universe soon. She shook her head. Your strength isn't sufficient right now. You must rise to the peak of the destiny realm. Only then will you barely be able to protect yourself there. The peak of the destiny realm, Yang Yi replied. It isn't that easy. She smiled. You have the best spirit energy in the world and the best conditions. So, just work hard, and the peak of the destiny realm won't be that difficult. Yang Yi nodded and seemed to have thought of something at this point. Besides that, many are hunting me out there. Of course, this isn't the main point. The main point is they are likely to be targeting all of you. The woman in white fell silent. A long time passed before she spoke softly. You don't have to worry about us. As for yourself, we won't step in and help you. It's a test for you. So live well. Her figure gradually turned ethereal and was about to vanish completely when she added, Protect Snowy and Area. We aren't targeting them because they are with you, and they may be of help to you in the future. Don't let them become what they used to be. It's the same for those Destiny Realm experts. Win over whoever you can. In short, we can't interfere right now, but we will be watching you. And be careful of our strongest form. She vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and sighed. He knew that he really couldn't escape some responsibilities. As always, unless he gave up Snowy, area, and many things he had. Only then could he gain true freedom and be free just like the unfettered one. But he couldn't. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The peak of the Destiny Realm. Just as Shed said, he had to attain the peak of the Destiny Realm. He didn't know how strong the end world was, and he had to face the strongest form of destiny. So, if he were being honest, his future felt quite hazy to him. He stopped thinking about it and focused on the goals at hand. He had to grow stronger, and then go look for little Qi and Tianshou. The end world. Hung Wangu arrived before a mountain wall, and there was a blood-red rock at the bottom of it. He walked over to the rock and glanced at it. How much longer? A long time passed before a hoarse voice came from it. Soon, Hung Wangu's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, a voice came from the rock again. I need the good sprite and evil beast. Hung Wangu nodded slightly. They'll help you get them. The voice said, very good. Hung Wangu turned around and left. A short while later, Zhuamu appeared by his side. Zhuamu spoke softly. I found Emperor Li. Hung Wangu asked, what did he say? Zhuamu shook his head. I haven't contacted him. However, he's a proud person, so I'm afraid he won't speak to us. Hung Wangu fell silent for a short while and said, I'll go myself. He vanished on the spot. In an underground world, a Nanjing waved the daggerays incessantly, and an indistinct shadow was in front of her. A long time passed before a Nanjing stopped. The shadow asked, do you understand now? She shook her head. Not really. The shadow nodded slightly, then continue. A Nanjing vanished on the spot again. Her spear shot through the air. In the primordial pagoda, Arya was still cultivating. She was absorbing the second inner core fragment, and it was a long process. Actually, she could grow one even if she didn't absorb the fragments, but it would take quite a long time. Conversely, she would grow much faster if she absorbed the inner core fragments. As for Snowy, her way of life was to cultivate and play at the same time. Cultivate for a day and play for 3 days. She felt that it was the most reasonable schedule. In Yang Lianshuang's hometown, she learned that the people there would cultivate for 5 or even 6 days per week, and it made her very, very angry. How could that be called living life? Today was Snowy's play day. After taking a stroll around the place area she went to the trees. There were many, many fruits on the trees, and the primal true dragon and the others would get 2 fruits per month. Besides that, Snowy had another mission, and it was to improve the swords. While some of them were actually on par with some super divine treasures, she could still help them improve, but it was slow. Actually, they mostly had to rely on themselves at this level of strength. Snowy gathered the 5 element swords, Crimson Sky, the Sword Precursor, and the Sword Supreme. She placed the Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor behind her. She couldn't play around with them, or she would get beaten for it. Snowy gazed at the 5 element swords, Crimson Sky, and the black sword chest. She scanned the sword chest, and then blew out a huge amount of spirit energy, causing the 5 element swords to tremble. A moment later, they flew into the sword chest. Snowy blinked, cracked a smile, and then left the pagoda with the sword chest. She sensed a formation's presence within the sword chest and wanted to test its strength. Meanwhile, Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned. What's that little fellow up to now? He left the small house and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. It didn't take long for him to sense Snowy. She was deep underwater. Snowy was knocking the sword chest lightly with her paw, while countless strands of spirit energy surged into it. But the sword chest didn't react at all. A short while later, she blinked and opened her mouth. No sound came from her, but based on the way it moved, she was saying, don't be afraid, they'll protect you. A short while later, it suddenly shook, and then 5 different rays of sword energy shot up into the sky. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, the entire sea was roiling. The 5 swords shot up into the clouds. At this moment, the entire Destiny Dimensions barrier was destroyed. Moreover, the 5-element energy they emanated had immediately destroyed the laws within the Destiny Dimension. Yang Yi sensed a powerful wave of force was devouring everything. It was devouring this entire Destiny Dimension. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think and hurriedly said, "Snowy, stop right now." Deep underwater, Snowy heard Yang Yi, and she knew that she was in trouble. Snowy looked around, and then she looked down at the sword chest and started waving her paws absolutely swiftly. She was roughly saying that the sword chest was responsible for everything, and it had nothing to do with her. The sword chest shook violently. It was saying that it wasn't what Snowy had said earlier. Snowy blinked, blew a lot of spirit energy into the sword chest, and it immediately calmed down. Obviously, it planned to take responsibility. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared before Snowy, and the latter blinked before pointing at the sword chest. The sword chest was stunned. Chapter 2706 Tremble. Chapter 2706 Tremble. Yang Yi rolled his eyes at Snowy. No matter how amazing the sword chest was, it could never be activated without her support. Had taken a look at the formation, and it required a huge amount of spirit energy. It could be said that even his own spirit energy may be insufficient. However, Snowy was definitely able to do it. Yet now, the little fellow was actually blaming it on the sword chest. She knew how to escape from blame now. Moreover, the sword chest was forced to accept it. Snowy used both threats and rewards to get it done. First, she promised rewards, and if that didn't work, she would glare at the thing until it submitted. Snowy was still quite guilty. She dragged the sword chest over and cracked a smile at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head, rubbed Snowy's head, and then looked up at the sky. The 5-element swords were still in the sky, but there was no spirit energy left in them. They didn't have the strength they previously possessed, and so the Destiny Dimension had returned to normal. Yang Yi brought Snowy back to the surface and put the sword away with the sword chest. Had underestimated the 5 swords before this. Yang Yi brought Snowy to the small house. He knew he couldn't let her run around anymore. After all, she could destroy a world. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the house and placed all his swords before him. Past life, great unknown, the 5-element swords, Crimson Sky, Sword Supreme, and the Sword Precursor. A total of 10 swords. Snowy blinked on Yang Yi's shoulder. She wanted to sneak off on many occasions, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi gazed at the swords for a long time, and then he grinned. A moment later, he returned to the Primordial Pagoda and dragged Snowy along with him. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi started to train. Unlike in the past, he trained with 10 swords at once. Had cultivated to the realm of the heart sword a long time ago. It was a realm where the sword was in the heart and not in the hand, and all swords were the same. In other words, even if he had no sword or just an ordinary one, he could still unleash great power. Of course, there was a huge difference between an ordinary sword and a divine treasure. His cultivation in the Sword Dao wasn't at the limits of the Sword Dao yet. Now, he planned to bring forth the strength of all these swords, fully utilize them. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi had the sword chest on his back, past life in his right grasp, and great unknown in his left grasp. Every swing he made would be accompanied by a sword attacking from the sword chest. Just like that, it seemed like he wasn't alone, and there were many of him training in the sword. The swords moved with him. Snowy watched Yang Yi with her eyes open wide. That can be done too? Just like that, Yang Yi cultivated here for around 2 months. During this time, he just ceaselessly improved his cultivation while madly training with the sword. Since he had Snowy's help, he was just half a step away from the peak of the Destiny realm. Most importantly, his cultivation in the Sword Dao was improving incessantly. His natural talent may not be the best, but the conditions he had were definitely the best in the universe. The End World. At a pitch-black altar, Hung Wangu, Zhuamu, and the others waited here. There was an ugly old man seated cross-legged on the altar, and a crimson-red mirror floated before him. There were numerous corpses around the altar. Mr. Jing. The ugly old man was Mr. Jing of the End World, an existence whom very few knew. A long time passed before Mr. Jing stood up. Hung Wangu asked, "Mr. Jing, have you found him?" Mr. Jing nodded. "He's in a sealed-off world, and it should be the abode of another form of destiny." Hung Wangu gazed at Mou, and the latter glanced at the mirror. "I know where he is." Hung Wangu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Mr. Jing, can you locate destiny?" Mr. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Hung Wangu smiled embarrassedly. "My question was lacking in thought. I apologize." Mr. Jing closed his eyes slowly. "It's best if you don't provoke them until you're confident. I know you've concealed your strength, but trust me, they are much stronger than you've imagined." Hung Wangu nodded. "Of course, I won't underestimate them." Mr. Jing nodded slightly. "Go on. Yang Yi will flee if you're too slow." Hung Wangu and the others left. Once Hung Wangu's group left, Mr. Jing withdrew a damaged book. If Yang Yi was here, he would definitely be shocked, because the damaged book had some content that was similar to the scripture he possessed. However, it was damaged and incomplete while his was complete. The old man gazed at the book for a long time. In the end, he spoke softly, "Destiny, an existence that should not exist." He shook his head and left. Hung Wangu arrived at a hall, and then the Divine Abode's master appeared before him. The Divine Abode's master was in charge of most of the End World's affairs now. Of course, he wasn't the real leader of the End World. Due to the increase in Yang Yi's strength, Hung Wangu had stopped asking the Divine Abode's master to hunt Yang Yi. Now, even Zhuamu couldn't defeat Yang Yi in battle. The Divine Abode's master spoke solemnly. 21 have joined us, and 6 are peak Destiny Realm experts. 3 of them are from very, very ancient eras, and they've been pursued by Destiny in the past. All of them are asking for Yang Yi's whereabouts." Hung Wangu shook his head and smiled. Since they were asking for Yang Yi's whereabouts, it was about that they didn't dare to look for Destiny herself and could only hunt Yang Yi. Of course, that was normal. Even he didn't dare to look for Destiny, because very few could best them in a one-on-one battle. The Divine Abode's master asked, "Brother Hung, should I tell them where Yang Yi is?" Hung Wangu shook his head. "Don't let them go. They will just be practice for Yang Yi. We are largely responsible for Yang Yi's swift growth. We've sent too many experts that ended up becoming practice targets for him." The Divine Abode's master had quite an unsightly expression on his face, because most of the experts who'd hunted Yang Yi with him were dead now. Some died at the hands of Destiny, but some died at Yang Yi's hands. Hung Wangu stood up. "I'll lead the group myself." As he spoke, he vanished from the hall. The Destiny Dimension. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi's transmission stone shook. He took it out, and a long time passed before he nodded, "All right." He left the Primordial Pagoda with Snowy. In the Destiny Dimension, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he placed Sakura and the sea monster into the Primordial Pagoda. After that, he gazed at Snowy. She blinked and hugged his neck gently. She had started to admit her mistakes. Only the woman in black, and Nanjing, Zir, and Yang Yi could make her admit her mistakes. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly, and then he rubbed her head. "We're going to do something huge later, and I need your help. Understand?" Snowy quickly nodded. Yang Yi looked up into the distant sky, and then he chuckled. Around 15 minutes later, Hung Wangu and the others appeared outside the Destiny Dimension. He hadn't just brought Zhuamu, Mou, and First God, had brought 2 more old men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the Sky Saber. Besides that, there were numerous obscure and extremely powerful auras around the Destiny Dimension. Obviously, all the peak experts of the End World were here. Hung Wangu was very well aware that they couldn't underestimate Yang Yi at all, and they would never succeed at killing him if they didn't use their full strength. Hung Wangu didn't launch an attack, and they even concealed their auras so that Yang Yi wouldn't find out about their arrival. Besides that, a mysterious barrier was gradually forming in the surroundings. Yang Yi had great unknown, and he hadn't forgotten that. So, in order to stop Yang Yi from escaping, he planned to set up a barrier. It only took a few breaths of time for it to be completed. The entire Destiny Dimension was covered by the formation, Yang Yes Great Unknown could travel through the barrier, but it would take some time. Even if it took just a breath of time, it would be enough for them. They could stop Yang Yi in that amount of time. Once the barrier was formed, Hung Wangu was smarter this time and gazed at the destiny dimension as he ordered, "Attack." He didn't waste his time talking and giving Yang Yi time. Numerous terrifying auras swept through space and slammed against the destiny dimension. Boom. At this moment, the entire destiny dimension shook violently, but Hung Wangu and the others didn't stop and continued their assault. 2 breaths of time later, boom, the destiny dimension exploded apart, and a huge black hole appeared before them. They had blocked off the entire aftershock from the explosion. The surroundings gradually calmed down, but they saw no signs of Yang Yi. Hung Wangu looked behind him, and a voice came from there. "I don't sense him." Hung Wangu frowned. A moment later, his face fell. "He left before we arrived." Zhumu asked, "Where did he go?" Hung Wangu fell silent for a short while, and then the space before him suddenly shook. A moment later, his face changed drastically. "This is bad. He went to the end world 15 minutes ago. Everyone, return immediately." They vanished on the spot. 15 minutes earlier, the end world. A ray of light suddenly appeared here. At this moment, everyone in the end world was shocked. Yang Yi looked down at Snowy. "Lock down this place. Don't let any information be sent out." Snowy nodded and waved her paws. She seemed to have thought of something at this point and quickly withdrew the sprite staff. A moment later, the spirit energy in the entire end world was sucked away, and her sprite domain enveloped the entire end world. Anything that relied on spirit energy to be transmitted wouldn't work here. Yang Yi walked slowly toward the distance and laughed fiercely. "Weren't all of you looking for me? Yang Yi, tremble before me." Chapter 2707 Search for Yang Busi. Chapter 2707 Search for Yang Busi. The End World. Yang Yi walked forward slowly. Meanwhile, many had appeared around him. All of them were Destiny Realm experts. However, there wasn't a single one at the peak of the Destiny Realm, because all of them had gone after him at the Destiny Dimension. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared. The Divine Abode's master. He had an extremely unsightly expression on his face because all the peak Destiny Realm experts of the End World had left, and he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually leave the Destiny Dimension and come here. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. The Divine Abode's master's expression changed drastically. "Attack together and keep him busy." A sharp pike appeared in his grasp as he spoke. The pike shot forward. Yang Yi's sword arrived. Crack. The sound of something breaking resounded, and then Yang Yi appeared behind the Divine Abode's master. The Divine Abode's master's figure stiffened, and he looked forward with a slightly blank gaze in his eyes. "Impossible." A strand of blood sprayed from his throat. Yang Yi spoke indifferently behind him. "I've wanted to kill you for a very long time. You old bastard." Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. At the same time, a few rays of light suddenly shot out from the sword chest on his back and slashed down in various different directions. The entire end world was in chaos. A ray of light descended to the ground, and a bloody head rolled to the ground behind it. In an instant, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again, and a ray of light shot into the air. A strand of blood suddenly rained down from the sky, and there was a bloody head falling with it. A slaughter. Ordinary Destiny Realm experts were nothing before Yang Yi. Only peak Destiny Realm experts could fight Yang Yi, but Hung Wangu had practically taken all of them with him. In other words, Yang Yi was a wolf who'd entered a flock of sheep. So long as a ray of light flashed, there would be a bloody head rolling to the ground. Just like that, Yang Yi charged and killed all along the way. He just killed anyone he saw. After all, there were only enemies here. Yang Yi killed all the way into the depths of the end world. Suddenly, around 7 Destiny Realm experts obstructed Yang Yi's path. Yang Yi didn't say a word and just charged at them. 1 against 7. What he lacked the most right now was time, because he couldn't stay here for too long. If he did, Hung Wangu and the others would return, and then they would trap him here. The 7 of them didn't retreat and charged at Yang Yi together. A moment later, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. At the same instant, 5 swords suddenly shot out from the sword chest on his back. Meanwhile, another sword appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp. Past life and great unknown. Yang Yi charged at the Destiny Realm expert at the front of the group. He swung both swords, deciding life and death with one attack. In an instant, Yang Yi was already behind that Destiny Realm expert, and that expert's body was sliced into 4 pieces. Yang Yi flashed to the right and stabbed. The spear of the Destiny Realm expert in front of him was shooting straight for his throat. The spear was longer than the sword. However, the sword was faster than the spear. Yang Yi's sword moved up sideways as it traveled, slicing through the spear before Yang Yi pressed forward and slashed down again. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword slashed down from the expert's neck and blood sprayed all over Yang Yi. Yang Yi twisted his wrist, and his sword shot out of that expert's body. After that, he took a quick stride forward and slashed down. Hiss! Around 20 breaths of time later, there were a bunch of mutilated corpses behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. While there were many Destiny Realm experts in the distance, he couldn't continue anymore. Because time didn't allow it. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and then he passed the sword chest to her. "You do it." Snowy blinked, and then she jumped off into the distance with the sword chest. A moment later, countless strands of spirit energy surged into it, and then sword howls gradually started to resound from the sword chest. Meanwhile, Snowy patted the sword chest lightly. Bang! 5 swords shot up into the air, and the energy of the 5 elements appeared. In an instant, the entire end world warped. Hiss! 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 The entire end world started to shatter when Yang Yi put the sword chest and the sword away, and then he withdrew Great Unknown and spoke softly, "I hope nothing bad happens." He took Snowy in his arms and vanished on the spot. At the moment he vanished, he looked into the distance, and he sensed like something was watching him. Meanwhile, the end world collapsed once Yang Yi left. The entire end world was gone. A few breaths of time later, Hung Wangu and the others returned, and they had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces as they gazed at the pitch-black expanse of space before them. Even Hung Wangu, who was usually calm and composed, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. They'd been tricked. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack the end world. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi should be fleeing. But Yang Yi hadn't fled this time. Yang Yi had attacked the end world instead. But how could the end world stop Yang Yi when they had all left? It was a slaughter. In that 15 minutes of time, Yang Yi had carried out a slaughter throughout the end world. Almost 20 Destiny Realm experts had lost their lives, and practically all of them had been killed in an instant. Such strength and courage. Hung Wangu closed his eyes slowly. He knew that had terribly underestimated Yang Yi's courage and ruthlessness. The surroundings fell silent. First God gazed at the scene before him, and no one knew what he was thinking. Mo Ye's face only had indifference on it. Zhuamu remained silent as always. A long time later, Hung Wangu opened his eyes. He taught us a lesson. He entered the pitch-black expanse of space while he spoke, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a blood-red rock. The entire end world had been destroyed, but the rock still remained. Hung Wangu suddenly asked, "Why didn't you do anything?" The voice spoke very calmly. "Are you questioning me?" Hung Wangu shook his head. The moment he came here was the best opportunity to act. The voice said, "I can't do anything right now. The slightest mistake may end up spoiling everything. Only you can know about my existence." Hung Wangu spoke solemnly. "He's difficult to deal with." The voice was quite cold. "So many of you can't even deal with a kid?" Hung Wangu shook his head. "He has the great unknown and refuses to go head-on against us." The voice fell silent for a long time. In the end, a pitch-black flag floated out of the blood-red rock. Hung Wangu asked, "What is that?" The voice replied, "A boundary flag. It can counter that sword." Hung Wangu glanced at it and said, "That's the great unknown." The voice replied, "Unless all 4 swords merge into one, this flag can counter it." Hung Wangu nodded. "I understand." He turned around and left. Hung Wangu went over to Mr. Jing. The latter hadn't done anything when Yang Yi attacked because he knew it was pointless. Even peak Destiny Realm experts had no chance of winning against Yang Yi if they didn't gang up on him, especially when Yang Yi had two swords that surpassed super divine treasures. Yang Yi's weapons had practically instantly obliterated the weapons of those Destiny Realm experts. Hung Wangu said, "I'm counting on you again." Mr. Jing nodded. "I need some time." 2 hours. Hung Wangu nodded, of course. He turned around and gazed at Zhuamu. "Tell Li Taishu we agree to his conditions." Zhuamu nodded slightly and left. Hung Wangu gazed at Mou and First God. "If you have any trump cards, please do not hold back anymore." Mou and First God remained silent. Hung Wangu gazed in the direction Yang Yi had fled toward, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. If we fail to kill him, we're raising a monster instead. A monster. He was very well aware that the relationship between prey and predator was likely to be switched at any time. While they were hunting Yang Yi, it was equivalent to providing Yang Yi with tempering, and the pressure they exerted on him would help him grow madly. So, once they failed to kill him, their troubles were endless. Meanwhile, Mou suddenly said, "I know someone from the era of Destiny." She was imprisoned at the border of the four-dimensional universe after the strongest form of Destiny defeated her. Hung Wangu asked, "Destiny didn't kill her?" Mou shook his head. "She couldn't be killed." Hung Wangu was quite puzzled, huh? Mou spoke solemnly, "Because she couldn't be killed. She was a figure during the Yang clan's prime, Yang Busi." Yang Busi. Hung Wangu frowned slightly. "Her surname is Yang? Is she related to Yang Yi?" Mou spoke indifferently. "Which era is she from? Which era is Yang Yi from? How could they possibly be connected?" Hung Wangu fell silent for a short while and said, "We must be certain. We'll be bringing disaster upon ourselves if she is related to Yang Yi." Mou hesitated for a moment and said, "Too many have the same surname. There's definitely no link between them. After all, the gap in time is too huge." Hung Wangu thought for a moment and said, "Go rescue her." Mou shook his head. "The border of the four-dimensional universe is too dangerous." Hung Wangu fell silent for a short while, and then he left. A short while later, he returned with a blood-red rune. Hung Wangu said, "Lead the way." Mou and the others glanced at Hung Wangu in silence. A moment later, they vanished on the spot. Chapter 2708 Fuck You. Chapter 2708 Fuck You. Yang Yi and Snowy arrived at an unknown place. The starry sky was like a huge black hole, boundless yet captivating. Yang Yi gazed at the starry sky before him and was quite puzzled. Upon arriving here, a strand of mysterious force had obstructed him and stopped him from going forward. Yang Yi glanced at Great Unknown, and then he activated it again. However, it was no use. The space before him was like an invisible door and obstructed his path. The Destiny Dimension refused him entrance. Yang Yi finally figured it out. This Destiny Dimension had arrived at didn't belong to two. It belonged to the strongest form of Destiny. However, he hadn't expected Great Unknown to actually bring him here. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. She blinked, and then gazed at the area ahead. Snowy hesitated before waving her paws, and then spirit energy started to converge there. A formation. The Destiny Dimension clearly had a barrier and formation around it, and Yang Yi wanted Snowy to break open the barrier and formation. Formations and barriers were nothing before Snowy. Just like that, Snowy practically took away all the spirit energy in the area. Yang Yi gazed at Great Unknown and shook it slightly, and then he vanished on the spot with Snowy. A short while later, they appeared in a brand new world. It was very small, a little unusually small. There was only a single mountain in the entire world, a mountain that towered up far beyond Yang Yi's vision. It stood at the center of this world. Snowy looked up, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at the mountain. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and didn't sense any signs of life. He hesitated for a moment and flew up into the air with Snowy. They were headed for the top of the mountain. However, as soon as they rose up into the air, A wave of invisible energy descended from the sky and suppressed Yang Yi back to the ground. Snowy blinked with a curious expression on her face. The energy hadn't affected Snowy at all, but Yang Yi had been severely affected, and his body had almost collapsed just now. What the heck? Yang Yi looked up at the mountain, and he knew that it had some secrets. Yang Yi used his profound energy to swiftly repair his body. Around an hour later, Yang Yi had recovered completely, and he brought Snowy to the foot of the mountain. There was a stone stairway that led to the top, but it was quite strange. It was made of an unknown rock, and when Yang Yi looked at it from up close, he noticed that it wasn't really rocks but scales, like dragon scales. Yang Yi looked along the stairs yet couldn't see the end of it. It was like a dragon that curled all the way up, and it was a rather magnificent sight. Yang Yi thought for a moment and started ascending the stairs. Since he was here, he naturally planned to go up and have a look. Yang Yi was quite curious about the strongest form of destiny. Yang Yi climbed incessantly with Snowy in his arms. He was walking swiftly to the point it seemed like he was flying. However, as he traveled up, he realized that the mountain seemed like it was without end, and he couldn't see its peak at all. Yang Yi continued. Just like that, he walked for almost a day. However, he hadn't even gone up halfway. Snowy had fallen asleep on Yang Yi's shoulder. This journey of theirs was truly boring. Shed wanted to fly up there on many occasions, but Yang Yi refused to allow it because he didn't know what would be waiting for her up there. Just like that, Yang Yi continued ascending the mountain. 3 days later, Yang Yi stopped because he noticed that he was actually quite tired. He was quite tired. His legs felt heavy like they were pumped full of lead. Yang Yi was quite shocked. He was a peak Destiny Realm expert, so how could he get tired? Yang Yi looked up, yet all he could see was clouds. So, he continued forward. This time, he traveled even faster and was practically shooting forward. 5 days later, Yang Yi slowed down. 7 days later, he was as slow as an old man, and he was on the verge of being unable to walk further. Yang Yi looked up. At this moment, the top of the mountain seemed quite blurry to him, and it was quite far away. However, he was almost there, but he was really out of strength. Yang Yi rested against the mountain wall in silence, and a long time passed before he continued forward. Unyielding. In the beginning, had just been curious about what was at the top, but now, all he wanted was to get to the top. The unyielding spirit in his bones. Just like that, Yang Yi walked for around 10 more days. Now, he was practically crawling. Tired. He was truly tired, more tired than he ever was from fighting. He could give up. He could have given up many times. It was very difficult to go up, but he knew that going down would be very easy. If he traveled down, it would take no more than 2 days to reach the bottom. But he didn't want to give up. Sometimes, there were some things that could never be put back. He didn't want to let himself give up. Once he did that, he may always choose to give up in the face of difficulties. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. He just didn't want to give up on anything. At the very least, he had to give it his all, and it would be an entirely different thing if he really couldn't. He was no pedantic person. Just like that, 3 more days passed, and Yang Yi finally reached the top. Hee. Suddenly, a chuckle resounded in Yang Yi's ear. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw an ethereal woman. She wore a dark green dress with hair that hung down to her shoulders, and she held a dark green fan. There was a go board before her, and there was a dark green sword by the board. Pure dark green. At this moment, the woman was looking at him with a grin on her face. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. She glanced at the woman and was quite vigilant. The woman glanced at Snowy and smiled. Tisk. Good sprite. I didn't expect you to become like that. Ha. Snowy blinked, glanced at the sword by the board, and then pointed at the sword. She was asking if she could play with it. Yang Yi was absolutely speechless. The woman glanced at the sword and smiled. You want to play with it? Snowy nodded. She chuckled and tapped a finger at Snowy, causing the sword to fly over to Snowy. The sword was a gorgeous dark green, and it was simply elegant and devoid of any desire to kill. It didn't seem like a sword at all. Snowy glanced at the sword, and then she withdrew past life and great unknown. She glanced at the three swords and unconsciously attempted to merge them. However, the dark green sword suddenly shook, and then past life and great unknown shook violently. They struggled free of Snowy's grasp and flew back into the primordial pagoda. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. The dark green sword had actually been able to deter the others. Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she gazed at the dark green sword and knocked it lightly with her paw. She was telling it to be obedient. Suddenly, the dark green sword struggled free of Snowy's grasp and returned to the woman. Snowy blinked. She glanced at the dark green sword and gazed at the woman, and the latter smiled. You almost destroyed its sprite, so it doesn't have a very good impression of you. Snowy glanced at the sword, and then grunted lightly before returning to Yang Ye's side. If it refused to let her touch it, then she didn't want to touch it either. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and gazed at the woman. The latter smiled. Are you still going to lay there? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he dragged up his heavy body and sat before the woman. She smiled. I don't have to introduce myself, right? Yang Yi shook his head. She sized up Yang Yi and smiled. I'm very busy, and I have too much to do. So, I won't waste time on saying unnecessary things, and don't ask me about them either. If you should know about it, you will, and if you shouldn't, it's pointless for you to know. Yang Yi nodded. You first? She turned around and walked to the side while her beautiful hair fluttered before the mountain winds. There was a faint fragrance coming from her. She looked up into the distance. They chose you, but I don't think you're qualified. Yang Yi gazed at her. Why? She smiled. Your vision is too narrow, and the emotions in your sword Dao are too narrow as well, and the way you think is absolutely narrow. As far as I'm concerned, you are just a rash fellow, and hot-blooded, selfish and rash fellow. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She gazed into the distance. Actually, her gaze could see very, very far away, however. Since they chose you, I should give them some face. She turned around to look at Yang Yi, and she smiled. Convince me. They'll kill you if you don't. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and asked, Why? She shook her head. As I said, convince me. Don't talk about giving up or not giving up. You can't choose to give up now. If you do, they'll still kill you. Moreover, they'll kill Chibitian, the good sprite, the evil beast, and all the others. They may seem innocent now, but the world may be destroyed at their hands in the future. Of course, if you convince me, all of that won't happen. Moreover, you'll benefit too. Her intentions were clear. If Yang Yi won her acknowledgement, everyone by his side could live and become part of his forces. But if he failed, he would die, and so would the people by his side. It was like an emperor choosing the crown prince. A prince who wasn't chosen to be the crown prince couldn't have too many forces by his side. After all, they would pose a threat to the crown prince. Yang Yi gazed at her. She had a smile on her face, a very sincere smile. But Yang Yi knew that she wasn't joking. He fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it. Bang! The go board was slashed into bits. Yang Yi pointed his sword at her and spoke angrily. Fuck you. If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't spout all that nonsense at me. Chapter 2709 Justice. Chapter 2709 Justice. She glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. I grow increasingly disappointed in you. Yang Yi laughed coldly. Can I say a few words before you kill me? She nodded slightly. Of course. After all, they did choose you. So I have to give them some face. Yang Yi walked over to her. Tell me, does this world belong to you, or to all living beings? She remained silent for a short while before she replied, All living beings. Yang Yi said, Then allow me to ask another question. How different are you from the heaven Tao of the past? She chuckled. You think I'm bullying all living things? Yang Yi replied with a question. Aren't you? She smiled and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, All four of you, including the woman in black and white, were once supreme existences. You think you're gods, and you think that this world exists because you've protected it. So, you think that you possess absolute authority over this world. It's even to the extent that you think all living things are only able to survive because of you. You think of yourself as a god that stands above all living things. She grinned, and Yang Yi continued, I think you're wrong. She grinned. Interesting. Let me hear it then. Yang Yi shook his head. You set up a barrier, and that barrier is the destiny realm. Anyone who attains it will be killed by you. Let me ask you this. How different is that from what the Heaven Tao of the past used to do? She chuckled and sat back on her seat. After that, she waved her hand, and the board Yang Yi slashed into bits was whole once more. Yang Yi sat before her, and she glanced at him with a smile on her face. The strong set the rules, understand? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. The strong do as they please, and the weak pay with their lives. She smiled. You have killed quite a few yourself. Yang Yi replied, I have a clear conscience. She grinned. Me too. Yang Yi gazed at her and gave up. Just as the woman in white had said, it was impossible to reason with someone who was much, much stronger. The strong would never reason with the weak. She glanced at the Go board. It was an ongoing game. Obviously, someone had been playing it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, One last thing. You've been killing for so many years, but what is the outcome of that? She replied, The outcome is this world still exists. Even if the world considers me their greatest enemy. So what? I think it's right, so it is right. Thus, there is no problem. She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Isn't that how you do things too? Yang Yi fell silent. She smiled. What? Are you not going to say anything? Yang Yi shook his head. Am no match for you. So whatever I say won't change anything. If I can defeat you, then there's nothing to say. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and smiled. You're not that terrible. She glanced at the sword by the board and asked, Do you know its name? Yang Yi shook his head. She replied, Justice, to uphold justice for the heavens. Everything you just said isn't wrong. We did go to some extremes while protecting this world. But trust me, we are very helpless at many times. Our third once went to the past life. She wanted to change the way cultivators thought, and she chose to start with them. Unfortunately, I'm sure you know what the outcome was. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Let's talk about our fourth, the one you call the woman in black. Do you know why she's so fond of killing Destiny Realm cultivators? Yang Yi shook his head. The woman smiled. A very, very long time ago, countless Destiny Realm experts of that era converged together and made some kind of defiance formation. They used innumerable secret techniques to make it work, including sacrificing living people, a lot of them too. So many that it would exceed your imagination. As for their goal, it was to kill us. Practically all the Destiny Realm experts of that era were annihilated. Yang Yi remained silent. She chuckled. You don't know many things. However, you should know that there are unknown existences beyond the three-dimensional universe, and the unknown is watching the three-dimensional universe. Actually, it's normal. Big fish feed on small fish, and small fish feed on shrimp. It is the law of the world. You notice when we slaughter Destiny Realm cultivators, but you do not know what would happen if they are allowed to live. She glanced at Snowy, who was on Yang Ye's shoulder, and continued, Let me give you another example. That little fellow on your shoulder almost slaughtered the entire universe once. Besides sprites and some other spirit beasts, she planned to kill everything. Do you know why the true dragon clan and other ancient clans of demon beasts are so rare now? It's closely linked to her. Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at herself. She was asking if she was really that strong. The woman chuckled and continued, As for that evil beast of yours, she devoured the evil of the world to become strong. Do you know what that means? She wanted to devour anyone with evil thoughts and strengthen herself. Besides the two of them, there are some other mysterious existences that were born with this universe. Like the Phantom of All, the Endless Divine Tree, the Nether Permetha Flower. They came into existence with the world, and all of them are extremely formidable and insane. Yang Yi remained silent. The woman smiled, Little fellow, what we face is far more than what you can see or imagine. Do you know how chaotic this world would be without us? The worst outcome would be that the entire world would collapse because of them. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, Looks like I'm not qualified at all. She tapped the sword in her grasp. You are right. We killed many, and while some of them deserve death, Some Destiny Realm cultivators didn't deserve death. Many who died were just innocents. However, the final outcome is a good one. She gazed at Yang Yi. I'm dissatisfied with you because you're easily swayed by your emotions, and these emotions of yours are just minor emotions. They are selfish emotions. She stood up and walked to the side, and then she looked down and said, Do you have any requests before you die? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. In the end, he suddenly started laughing. I still think you're wrong. She shook her head. I don't want to discuss that. Yang Yi walked over to her side. Your initial intention was a good one, but you've made some mistakes. But as far as you're concerned, these mistakes aren't mistakes because the overall outcome is correct. Of course, I know that nothing I say will change anything if I can't crush you completely. The strong have the last say. At this moment, he truly understood the four personalities of the four forms of destiny. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Actually, choosing you was a mistake of theirs. Now, I will rectify their mistake myself. She waved her right hand, and justice flew into her grasp. She pointed it at Yang Yi. Come, he'll let you die with some dignity. Yang Yi drew his sword. He would never just stand there and wait for death to arrive. Even if he was facing the most terrifying existence in the three-dimensional universe, Yang Yi swung his sword. This attack was courageous and fearless. He was a sword cultivator, and that was how sword cultivators should be. No matter how strong his opponent was, Yang Yi dared to draw his sword. The only aggrieving part was that Head delivered himself to his enemy this time. Yang Yi's sword shot forward very swiftly. It was decisive and utterly devoid of any hesitation. Meanwhile, the woman drew her sword. Her attack seemed very ordinary, extremely even. It was very natural too, like the attack always existed in the world. No, it was like her attack was already there before the world was even created. That was what Yang Yi felt. It contained too many things, yet it also seemed like it contained nothing. It was just that ordinary. Defeated. It was defeat without the slightest suspense. At the instant Yang Yi's sword shot forward, her sword was against his forehead. He didn't even know how it arrived before his forehead. Moreover, he felt his sword and sword Dao being suppressed. Utterly suppressed. She still had a smile on her face like she was facing a friend, but she didn't hesitate at all. Her sword stabbed forward. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed Justice. Snowy glared angrily at her while holding on tightly to the sword. She was madly devouring the sword sprite within it. The woman shook her head. You shouldn't exist either. As soon as she said that, she waved her right hand gently, and her sword stabbed into Snowy's stomach. Snowy's eyes opened wide while her paws gradually loosened. A moment later, the spirit energy within her surged out like a balloon that had a hole in it. In an instant, the world dimmed down. Meanwhile, Snowy's body was rapidly turning ethereal at a visible rate. Yang Yi was stunned, and then his entire body turned blood red as he howled with fury. He grabbed Snowy in his arms, and as he watched her gradually turn ethereal, it was like his entire soul had been pulled out of him. Snowy stretched out her paw as she gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear and anxiety. Of course, she mostly just wanted a hug. Yang Yi hugged her. At this moment, his mind had gone blank. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the woman and howled with fury. What did she do wrong? What did she do wrong? She didn't harm this world. Boom. In an instant, Yang Yi's body started to burn. Boom. Another strand of flames appeared on Yang Yi. His sword intent and slaughter intent were burning. Boom. Boom. The space all around the mountain peak was covered by two strands of flames, and then space started to ripple. His dual domains were burning. However, that wasn't the end of it. Boom. A torrent of blood-red flames emerged from Yang Yi. His soul was burning. Chapter 27, 10 Demonic Sword Dao. Chapter 27, 10 Demonic Sword Dao. Despair. As soon as he saw Snowy like that, Yang Yi collapsed. Snowy had been someone Head always wanted to protect. Yang Yi sent Snowy's ethereal figure into the primordial pagoda, and then he turned around and walked toward the woman. A smile was still there on her face. She had watched too many moments of life and death. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light tore through space. At this moment, Yang Yi was unprecedentedly strong. At most times, love gave people power and could unearth someone's potential, but hatred could do the same. Not to mention that Yang Yi had unearthed all his potential right now. It was an absolutely powerful attack. However, it wasn't strong to this woman who'd killed countless peak experts. The extreme didn't represent the strongest. She casually swung her sword and stabbed it against the tip of Yang Ye's sword. Clang! Yang Ye's sword shook violently, and then Yang Ye's body cracked open. However, he twisted his sword and slashed down along the side of the woman's sword. But such a swift strike had struck nothing but air. The woman had suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been standing a short while ago. Yang Yi didn't stop and just slashed at her. Slash after slash. A solemn expression gradually appeared on her face. There were many types of sword daos in the world, like the emotionless sword dao and the sword dao of emotion, but there was another type as well, the sword dao of hatred. The sword dao of hatred could actually be called a demonic sword dao, because someone with it had entered the devil path. It was a rarely seen form of the sword dao, and only sword cultivators with absolute hatred could attain it and master its essence. Now, Yang Yi had clearly entered into such a state. The strength of Yang Ye's attacks was rising madly, and each swing was stronger than the last. It was very, very unusual. Any sword dao was terrifying at its limits. On the mountain peak, Yang Yi swung his sword madly, and as time went by, the woman's figure gradually turned slightly ethereal with every swing of his sword. At this moment, she couldn't suppress Yang Yi anymore. Even she found it difficult to believe. Very, very difficult to believe. Because she was very well aware of the gap between Yang Yi and her, and it could be said that Yang Yi should be unable to fight back against her. Yet now, he was showing signs of suppressing her, even though it was just a clone of hers and not her main body, but it still filled her with disbelief. There was some interest in her eyes. Just like that, Yang Yi attacked for quite some time before he leaped up, and then a blood-red ray of sword energy slashed down from the sky. It seemed like it could slash the world apart. It didn't just seem like it, it could. The attack descended. The woman looked up slightly and raised her sword to block it. Bam! Boom! The entire mountain collapsed inch by inch, and the destiny dimension started turning ethereal. This attack had destroyed the entire destiny dimension. However, the woman was still there while Yang Yi was on the ground. But her body was ethereal to the extreme, like it was just a wisp of smoke, and it would vanish at any moment. The entire destiny dimension was in pieces. Yang Yi fell slowly from midair, and his body and soul were gradually vanishing. It was the price he paid for going insane. It was a price he couldn't afford to pay. Suddenly, a ray of white light enveloped Yang Yi, and then it vanished. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi appeared on the ascension platform. Snowy was by his side. Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was completely fine. Of course, how could her fragile heart endure seeing Yang Yi like that? So she immediately started crying. A short while later, she seemed to have thought of something and started waving the sprite staff, and then countless strands of spirit energy converged toward Yang Yi. At this moment, Snowy was doing all she could. Just like that, more and more spirit energy appeared, and Yang Yi was fully enveloped in spirit energy. The destruction of his body actually stopped, but his soul was still vanishing. It would take around 20 breaths of time at most for his soul to vanish completely. At that time, Yang Yi would cease to exist, because if his soul vanished, it would be permanent death. At this moment, Snowy was truly panicking. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi and Zier were at the ascension platform too. Their expressions changed at the sight of Yang Yi, and then Su Qingshi gazed at Snowy. Snowy was absolutely anxious and at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, past life floated over to Yang Yi and shook slightly. A moment later, strands of past life energy surged out from it and into Yang Yi. Besides that, the past life profound energy within Yang Yi circulated automatically, and then past life energy enveloped his soul. In an instant, Yang Yes' burning soul actually stopped vanishing. It was working. Snowy was stunned for a moment, but it didn't take long for her to recover from her shock. After that, she opened her mouth, and then countless strands of past life energy and past life profound energy converged to Yang Yi. Past life profound energy. Shed asked for it from the patriarch of the past life clan that day. With her there to foster it, the past life profound energy and past life energy she possessed was countless times more than what Yang Yi had. It couldn't be helped. No one could compete with her in this aspect. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's soul to gradually stabilize, but Yang Yi was still weak and unconscious. At least he wasn't dead. Su Qingshi, Zier, and Snowy heaved sighs of relief. Outside the primordial pagoda, the destiny dimension was collapsing, but the woman hadn't fully vanished. She glanced down where Yang Yi was and grinned, interesting. Her figure dispersed completely. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy was still giving Yang Yi spirit energy. Just like that, an entire day passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, but Snowy was so exhausted she was sleeping on him. A voice came from the side. "You're awake?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and looked over. He saw Su Qingshi and Zier. A moment later, he looked down and saw Snowy. Snowy was snoring there. Snowy was alive. Tears instantly seeped out of Yang Ye's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi took Yang Ye's hand. "Are you all right?" Her voice was trembling slightly. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's little head, gazed at Su Qingshi, and nodded slightly. Su Qingshi touched Yang Ye's face and said, "Don't do something stupid like that again." Yang Yi nodded. "I was foolish to think this destiny would be the same as the rest. It was a terrible mistake." He closed his eyes slowly. This destiny was unlike the other three. She truly thought of herself as a god, and he could sense that she was really egotistical. Moreover, her way of thinking was unlike the rest. She clearly wanted to carry through with the rules Shed made in the past. Fortunately, Shed only been a clone. If it was her main body, he would have never had a chance to survive. A long time passed before Yang Yi gazed at Su Qingshi and spoke softly. "Why is Snowy all fine and well?" Su Qingshi replied softly, "I don't know. I was shocked when she was sent back in here. But after Snowy dispersed completely, she actually condensed into form once more, and then she was completely fine like nothing had happened." Shed condensed into form again. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out, because the woman hadn't held back, and he could sense that she wanted to kill Snowy, but Snowy was still all fine and well. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly rubbed her head against Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi looked down and saw Snowy holding tight to him as if she was worried he would vanish. Yang Yi and Su Qingshi exchanged glances and smiled at each other. 2 hours later, Yang Yi had recovered by almost 50%. Yang Yi carried Snowy's sleeping figure with him and went to the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and placed Snowy on his shoulder. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Recall everything that happened earlier. His sword had undergone a change during that battle hatred. At that time, he felt boundless energy surge into him, and it came from hatred. At that moment, the strength of his sword far surpassed what it used to be, and it had surpassed its normal strength by countless times. Now, he wanted to master that strength. A sword Dao that came from extreme hatred had opened up a new door for himself. An extreme form of the sword Dao, just like the unfettered one's emotionless sword Dao. They were all at an extreme. Yang Yi recalled what happened to Snowy, and his body instantly turned blood red. Monstrous killing intent. Yang Ye's sword gradually started to tremble, and even he became quite unusual. The sword Dao of hatred was a demonic sword Dao. It was a true part of the devil path, because when one's emotions went out of control, one would lose their mind. Actually, it was like his past mad demon bloodline, but the difference was that he went mad due to his bloodline in the past, and now he was going mad because of the sword. Madness with the sword. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi seemed to have gone fully insane, and the entire primordial pagoda started to shake. Countless living beings looked toward the cultivation room with fear and shock in their eyes. Favorite. Chapter 27:11 Unpredictable. Chapter 27:11 Unpredictable. Young Yes state alarmed Snowy. Snowy hurried over to him when she saw him like this and hugged him. Young Yes' body was still trembling, but he didn't go berserk. A short while later, he closed his eyes slowly and rubbed Snowy's head. Don't be afraid. Snowy glanced at him. While he looked very terrifying, his eyes were clear. He hadn't lost himself. Yang Yi took Snowy out of the cultivation looked up at the sky, and sighed softly. It wasn't a state he could just enter as he pleased. He was utterly incapable of entering the state without sufficient rage. However, once he did enter that state, his strength would improve by practically 10 times. Fortunately, he was someone he was easily enraged. Yang Yi fell silent as he looked at the distant sky. Enemies. He noticed that his enemies weren't limited to the people of the Endworld. It included that form of destiny too. A short while later, Yang Yi looked down at Snowy and spoke softly. How did you survive? She had been stabbed by justice. Yet now, Snowy was completely fine and well. Snowy blinked and waved her paws swiftly. She was very excited. A short while, Yang Yi understood what she meant. After she turned ethereal, her body condensed into form once more. Yes, even she didn't know how her dispersed body could condense into form once more. To put it in simpler terms, she seemed impossible to kill. That was what Yang Yi thought of it. But it was normal. After all, Snowy had once been the good sprite of this entire universe, and even Destiny's main body hadn't been able to kill her. So long as spirit energy existed, and so long as she hadn't been destroyed by absolute strength, she was impossible to kill. Of course, it didn't represent that she was invincible. The little fellow was very weak when it came to battle. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, rubbed Snowy's head, and left the primordial pagoda. At this moment, he was in a pitch-black vortex, and the destiny dimension had collapsed. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. He used Great Unknown to teleport to the 9th layer of space. His objective was to look for Qi Bitian and Tian Shou. He had to locate them as soon as possible, especially before the main body of the strongest form of destiny gets to them. Moreover, he had to avoid the experts of the Endworld now. If he wanted to get to the outer area of the 4-dimensional universe, he had to go up there through the 9th layer of space. Because he wasn't able to use Great Unknown to force his way through the spatial walls between the 3-dimensional universe and 4-dimensional universe, nor did he dare to try. What if he was teleported to a bad place? Yang Yi glanced at the 9th layer of space. It was empty and completely devoid of any signs of life. He looked up and was about to leave when he suddenly looked to the side. A woman was walking over slowly. No, it wasn't actually a woman. Yang Yi was astounded. The figure before him was Young Goddess who had gone to the Endworld with him. There was surprise on her face when she saw Yang Yi. Obviously, she hadn't expected to meet him here. Yang Yi smiled. Long time no see, senior. She sized up Yang Yi and said, Tiske. Amazing. You've actually grown to such an extent in this short amount of time. Yang Yi smiled and looked up at the sky. He said, Senior, are you interested in going above the 9th layer of space? Young Goddess' eyes narrowed slightly, and then she gazed at the Great Unknown in Yang Yes' grasp. No wonder. You have Great Unknown. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. You're really on Destiny's side. She had a slightly strange look in her eyes when she gazed at Yang Yi again. She'd been hunted by Destiny on many occasions in the past. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, You may be a woman. You're countless times better than many men. She was slightly stunned and asked, Why do you say that? Yang Yi explained, Firstly, you're not a hypocrite, unlike some people who act one way in front of you and another way behind your back. Secondly, you know I'm on Destiny's side, but you didn't attack me. Obviously, you differentiate clearly between good and bad. Young Goddess glanced at Yang Yi. I know you're trying to flatter me, but just as you've said, Destiny is destiny, and you are you. You can't be considered as one. Moreover, I'm not the type to bully the young when I can't triumph over the older generation. But, she glanced indifferently at him, you're absolutely sly and full of tricks. So, I won't get myself mixed up with you. and I won't stop you from leaving the ninth layer of space. Yang Yi asked, Senior, you're not coming? She shook her head. I have a feeling that no good will come from staying with you. Yang Yi felt speechless. He didn't say anything else and just turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, Yang Goddess said, Hey. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her, and she spoke indifferently. Let me warn you that the outside world isn't very safe. It may be more dangerous than it is here. Yang Yi nodded. I know. However, as far as I'm concerned, there are no safe places, right? Yang Goddess nodded. True. Good luck then. Yang Yi smiled. See you next time. Yang Yi shot up into the air on his sword. Yang Goddess glanced up at the space above, and then shook her head. She turned around and walked off into the distance, but she suddenly stopped right after taking a few steps. She looked ahead, and the space 300 m away from her trembled. A moment later, a man in a robe walked out from there. He glanced at her and asked, Has Yang Yi been here? Yang Goddess shook her head. I don't know. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the space before him rippled. Yang Goddess' expression changed slightly. She pressed her palms together and pushed them forward. Boom! The space in front of her rippled in a strange arc. At the same time, the man tapped his right foot down. Bang! The space before her exploded apart, and she was pushed around 3 kilometers back. She wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, Amazing! The man glanced at her and looked up at the space above them. You're quite fast. His figure shot up into the space above them. The entire ninth layer of space trembled. A few breaths of time after he left, another group appeared here. It was Hung Wangu's group. Hung Wangu glanced upward, and then he gazed at Yang Goddess. Mr. Yang, long time no see. Yang Goddess replied indifferently, Hung Wangu, all of you are truly formidable. So many of you are actually going after a single junior. A junior? Hung Wangu shook his head. You must be joking. Yang Yi is no junior. Even I am not confident in being able to defeat him in single combat. Yang Goddess fell silent. Actually, she had sensed danger from Yang Yi just now. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly said, Mr. Yang, according to my knowledge, you were hunted by destiny in the past too. So why don't you join our undertaking? She glanced at Hung Wangu. You're really targeting destiny. Hung Wangu smiled and remained silent. Yang Goddess fell silent for a short while and said, I won't interfere in your business. She turned around and walked away. First God's eyes narrowed slightly and was about to attack, but Hung Wangu stopped him. Just like that, Yang Goddess vanished before their view. First God suddenly said, Brother Wangu, why aren't we killing her to put an end to all potential troubles? Hung Wangu shook his head. That will just make us even more enemies. Our mission is to gather more people on our side, not kill those who refuse to side with us. If we do that, many experts will feel aversion, and they may even oppose us. So, we don't have to look for trouble with anyone who doesn't help Yang Yi. First God glanced at Hung Wangu and remained silent. Hung Wangu looked up. Do you think Emperor Li can kill him? First God fell silent for a moment and said, If even he can't kill Yang Yi in single combat. First God didn't finish the sentence. The surroundings fell silent. A long time passed before Hung Wangu said, Then let's wait and see. He looked at Zhuamu and continued, Have you found Yang Buxi's exact location? Zhuamu nodded, I have. Hung Wangu nodded. Let's go meet that peerless figure who reigned supreme over the ancient times. He vanished on the spot with the others. Far away in space, Yang Yi shot up swiftly on his sword. He was so fast that space was being torn open in his wake. At this moment, he was in a spatial passageway. Head forcibly cut a passageway open through space. He was madly slashing the space here in the ninth layer to get out of it. In other words, he was cutting his way to the border of the four-dimensional universe. Yang Yi didn't use past life or great unknown this time. He wanted to rely on his own strength to charge out of the three-dimensional universe. So, it was extremely difficult. It wasn't that difficult in the beginning, but he gradually started feeling a little powerless. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the strength of the space there was. Even his sword was barely able to do anything to the space there. But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that the space around him had started to counterattack. Countless strands of spatial energy had started to press down upon him and were surging toward him like a torrent. A solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around, and a man had suddenly appeared out of thin air there. The man wore a robe. He glanced at Yang Yi and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword at the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. An unpredictable fellow? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.